English Speaking Challenge. Today, you and I are going to work through 15 powerful speaking lessons, each one designed to boost your fluency, confidence, and natural English skills. Think of this as your full speaking workout. Repeat everything out loud, stay focused, and just do your best. You'll feel a real difference in how you speak by the end. 7 hours, 15 lessons, one goal: stronger, smoother, more confident English. Let's start Lesson 1.
Hey, how's it going? Haven't seen you in ages. Hey, how's it going? Haven't seen you in ages. What have you been up to these days? Anything exciting? What have you been up to these days? Anything exciting? I've just been keeping busy with work. You know how it is. I've just been keeping busy with work. You know how it is. It's the same old routine for me. Nothing too special. It's the same old routine for me. Nothing too special. Can you believe how quickly this week has gone by? Can you believe how quickly this week has gone by? So, how's everything with your family? So, how's everything with your family? Fancy bumping into you here. What are the chances? Fancy bumping into you here. What are the chances? I was just thinking about you the other day. I was just thinking about you the other day. Honestly, I can't complain. Things are going pretty well. Honestly, I can't complain. Things are going pretty well. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'd love to join you next time. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'd love to join you next time. Tell me about it. I've been feeling the same way lately. Tell me about it. I've been feeling the same way lately. You've got a good point there. I hadn't thought of it like that. You've got a good point there. I hadn't thought of it like that. Fair enough. I suppose that does make sense. Fair enough. I suppose that does make sense. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you say it again? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you say it again? Do you know what I mean, or am I explaining it badly? Do you know what I mean, or am I explaining it badly? I'm not so sure about that, to be honest. I'm not so sure about that, to be honest. That's true. I completely agree with what you're saying. That's true. I completely agree with what you're saying. No way. You're joking, right? No way. You're joking, right? Seriously, I can't believe that actually happened. Seriously, I can't believe that actually happened. You're kidding me. That's unbelievable. You're kidding me. That's unbelievable. Guess what happened to me this morning on the way here? Guess what happened to me this morning on the way here? Let me think about it for a second before I answer. Let me think about it for a second before I answer. What do you reckon we should do about it? What do you reckon we should do about it? That's a good one. You always make me laugh. That's a good one. You always make me laugh. Not really. I don't think that's the case. Not really. I don't think that's the case. Kind of, but I wouldn't say it's exactly like that. Kind of, but I wouldn't say it's exactly like that. I'll tell you what, it's been one of those weeks. I'll tell you what, it's been one of those weeks. By the way, did you hear the news about Sam? By the way, did you hear the news about Sam? Anyway, where was I before we got sidetracked? Anyway, where was I before we got sidetracked? All right then, I'll talk to you later. Take care. All right then, I'll talk to you later. Take care. Excuse me, do you know if there's a cash machine nearby? Excuse me, do you know if there's a cash machine nearby? Could you tell me how to get to the train station from here? Could you tell me how to get to the train station from here? Sorry, I'm a bit lost. Can you point me in the right direction? Sorry, I'm a bit lost. Can you point me in the right direction? Do you know what time the next bus is meant to arrive? Do you know what time the next bus is meant to arrive? I'll grab a quick coffee before heading to the meeting. I'll grab a quick coffee before heading to the meeting. Do you want to pop into that shop and have a look around? Do you want to pop into that shop and have a look around? Let's cross the road here. The traffic's lighter on this side. Let's cross the road here. The traffic's lighter on this side. Mind the step. It's a bit uneven on the pavement. Mind the step. It's a bit uneven on the pavement. Can we stop by the supermarket on the way home? Can we stop by the supermarket on the way home? I'm just going to nip into the chemist to pick up some tablets. I'm just going to nip into the chemist to pick up some tablets. Do you want to sit outside, or shall we find a table inside? Do you want to sit outside, or shall we find a table inside? I'll meet you by the entrance in about 10 minutes. I'll meet you by the entrance in about 10 minutes. Do you know if this place takes card or is it cash only? Do you know if this place takes card or is it cash only? Let's have a quick look at the menu before we decide. Let's have a quick look at the menu before we decide. Sorry, is anyone sitting here or is this seat free? Sorry, is anyone sitting here or is this seat free? I'll just have a glass of water while I'm waiting, thanks. I'll just have a glass of water while I'm waiting, thanks. Shall we grab a bite to eat before heading back? Shall we grab a bite to eat before heading back? Do you fancy going for a walk after lunch? Do you fancy going for a walk after lunch? I think the market closes around 5, so we should hurry. I think the market closes around 5, so we should hurry. Watch out, that cyclist is coming up behind us. Watch out, that cyclist is coming up behind us. Let's head down that street and see where it leads. Let's head down that street and see where it leads. Do you know if there's a shortcut through the park? Do you know if there's a shortcut through the park? I'll just wait for you outside while you go in. I'll just wait for you outside while you go in. Do you want me to hold the door for you? Do you want me to hold the door for you? I'll grab us a couple of seats before the place gets too busy. I'll grab us a couple of seats before the place gets too busy. Let's hop in a taxi. It'll be quicker than walking. Let's hop in a taxi. It'll be quicker than walking. Do you want to split the fare, or shall I get this one? Do you want to split the fare, or shall I get this one? I'm going to top up my Oyster card before we get on the tube. I'm going to top up my Oyster card before we get on the tube. Can we pop into that bakery? The bread smells amazing. Can we pop into that bakery? The bread smells amazing. Right, are you ready to head back home now? Right, are you ready to head back home now? I'll put the kettle on. Do you fancy a cuppa? I'll put the kettle on. Do you fancy a cuppa? Could you give me a hand with the washing up? Could you give me a hand with the washing up? I'm just going to throw a load of laundry in the machine. I'm just going to throw a load of laundry in the machine. Don't forget to take the bins out tonight. It's collection day tomorrow. Don't forget to take the bins out tonight. It's collection day tomorrow. Can you keep an eye on the oven while I finish this? Can you keep an eye on the oven while I finish this? I'll tidy up the living room before the guests arrive. I'll tidy up the living room before the guests arrive. Could you pass me the remote? I can't reach it from here. Could you pass me the remote? I can't reach it from here. I'm going to do a quick hoover around before dinner. I'm going to do a quick hoover around before dinner. Can you switch the light off when you leave the room? Can you switch the light off when you leave the room? I'll put the heating on. It's getting a bit chilly. I'll put the heating on. It's getting a bit chilly. The Wi-Fi's playing up again. Can you reset the router? The Wi-Fi's playing up again. Can you reset the router? I'm just going to pop the leftovers in the fridge. I'm just going to pop the leftovers in the fridge. Let's open the windows and get some fresh air in here. Let's open the windows and get some fresh air in here. I'll make the beds once I've had my morning coffee. I'll make the beds once I've had my morning coffee. Do you mind hanging the clothes out on the line? Do you mind hanging the clothes out on the line? I'll take the dog for a walk after I finish this. I'll take the dog for a walk after I finish this. Can you keep the noise down? I'm trying to concentrate. Can you keep the noise down? I'm trying to concentrate. I'll set the table while you get the food ready. I'll set the table while you get the food ready. I'm just going to grab a quick shower before we head out. I'm just going to grab a quick shower before we head out. Could you water the plants while I'm away? Could you water the plants while I'm away? Let's have a lazy evening and watch a film together. Let's have a lazy evening and watch a film together. I'll do the ironing once I've finished folding the laundry. I'll do the ironing once I've finished folding the laundry. Don't forget to lock the door when you go out. Don't forget to lock the door when you go out. I'm going to light a candle to make it feel cozier. I'm going to light a candle to make it feel cozier. Can you check if the windows upstairs are closed? Can you check if the windows upstairs are closed? I'll vacuum the stairs tomorrow. I can't be bothered today. I'll vacuum the stairs tomorrow. I can't be bothered today. Let's order a takeaway instead of cooking tonight. Let's order a takeaway instead of cooking tonight. Could you run the dishwasher once it's full? Could you run the dishwasher once it's full? I'll pop the sheets in the wash so they're fresh for the weekend. I'll pop the sheets in the wash so they're fresh for the weekend. Let's sit out in the garden for a bit of fresh air. Let's sit out in the garden for a bit of fresh air. Can I grab a latte to take away, please? Can I grab a latte to take away, please? Do you want to share a starter or get one each? Do you want to share a starter or get one each? Could we have a table for two by the window, if possible? Could we have a table for two by the window, if possible? I'll just have tap water, thanks. I'll just have tap water, thanks. What do you recommend on the menu? What do you recommend on the menu? I'll go for the soup of the day to start with. I'll go for the soup of the day to start with. Could I get that without onions, please? Could I get that without onions, please? Excuse me, I think you forgot my order. Excuse me, I think you forgot my order. Do you mind if we swap seats so I'm not by the door? Do you mind if we swap seats so I'm not by the door? Everything looks so good. I can't decide what to choose. Everything looks so good. I can't decide what to choose. Shall we split the bill, or do you want to pay separately? Shall we split the bill, or do you want to pay separately? I'll get this round. You can grab the next one. I'll get this round. You can grab the next one. Could we have the bill when you get a chance? Could we have the bill when you get a chance? That was delicious. Compliments to the chef. That was delicious. Compliments to the chef. Do you fancy grabbing a coffee after work? Do you fancy grabbing a coffee after work? Let's order a takeaway tonight. I can't be bothered cooking. Let's order a takeaway tonight. I can't be bothered cooking. Do you want to eat in, or should we take it to go? Do you want to eat in, or should we take it to go? I'll pop the kettle on. Do you want tea or coffee? I'll pop the kettle on. Do you want tea or coffee? This cake is amazing. Did you make it yourself? This cake is amazing. Did you make it yourself? Let's try that new Italian place in town this weekend. Let's try that new Italian place in town this weekend. I think I've had enough. I'm absolutely stuffed. I think I've had enough. I'm absolutely stuffed. Could you pass the salt, please? Could you pass the salt, please? Do you want dessert, or shall we just get the bill? Do you want dessert, or shall we just get the bill? I'll have the same as him, please. I'll have the same as him, please. Do you want to share a pizza or get one each? Do you want to share a pizza or get one each? I'll just grab a sandwich on the way home. I'll just grab a sandwich on the way home. Let's have a barbecue if the weather stays nice. Let's have a barbecue if the weather stays nice. I'll stick the leftovers in the fridge for tomorrow. I'll stick the leftovers in the fridge for tomorrow. Do you mind if I take the last slice? Do you mind if I take the last slice? That hit the spot. I really needed that. That hit the spot. I really needed that. Do you take card or is it cash only? Do you take card or is it cash only? Can I pay contactless or do I need to enter my PIN? Can I pay contactless or do I need to enter my PIN? I'll just pop this on my credit card and pay it off later. I'll just pop this on my credit card and pay it off later. Could I get a receipt, please? Could I get a receipt, please? Do you have this in a bigger size? Do you have this in a bigger size? I'll just try this on in the fitting room. I'll just try this on in the fitting room. Does this come in any other colours? Does this come in any other colours? I'll take it. Could you wrap it up for me? I'll take it. Could you wrap it up for me? Sorry, do you know if this is on sale? Sorry, do you know if this is on sale? Could you knock a bit off the price? Could you knock a bit off the price? Do you have a loyalty card I can sign up for? Do you have a loyalty card I can sign up for? I'll just pay for these bits together. I'll just pay for these bits together. Is there a cash machine nearby? Is there a cash machine nearby? Can I exchange this if it doesn't fit? Can I exchange this if it doesn't fit? Do you know if I can get a refund on this? Do you know if I can get a refund on this? Could I have a bag for this, please? Could I have a bag for this, please? I'll just grab a basket. I think I'll need one. I'll just grab a basket. I think I'll need one. Let's have a quick look around before we decide. Let's have a quick look around before we decide. I'll wait for the sales. It's too pricey right now. I'll wait for the sales. It's too pricey right now. Shall we split the cost, or do you want me to cover it? Shall we split the cost, or do you want me to cover it? I'll put a bit of money aside each week for it. I'll put a bit of money aside each week for it. Can you break a 20 for me? Can you break a 20 for me? I'll just check my balance before I spend any more. I'll just check my balance before I spend any more. I've gone a bit over budget this month. I've gone a bit over budget this month. Let's have a browse and see if anything catches our eye. Let's have a browse and see if anything catches our eye. Do you want me to hold your bags while you try that on? Do you want me to hold your bags while you try that on? I'll wait outside while you pay. It's too busy in here. I'll wait outside while you pay. It's too busy in here. I'll need to save up a bit before I can afford that. I'll need to save up a bit before I can afford that. Do you mind if I pay by cash instead? Do you mind if I pay by cash instead? Right, that's everything sorted. Let's head home. Right, that's everything sorted. Let's head home. Excuse me, is this the right platform for the London train? Excuse me, is this the right platform for the London train? Do you know how long it takes to walk from here to the station? Do you know how long it takes to walk from here to the station? Could you tell me which bus goes into the city centre? Could you tell me which bus goes into the city centre? I'll grab an Uber. It'll be quicker than waiting for the bus. I'll grab an Uber. It'll be quicker than waiting for the bus. Does this train stop at Oxford, or do I need to change? Does this train stop at Oxford, or do I need to change? Sorry, do you know if this seat is taken? Sorry, do you know if this seat is taken? I'll top up my Oyster card before we get on the tube. I'll top up my Oyster card before we get on the tube. The traffic's awful today. We might be late. The traffic's awful today. We might be late. Can we get off at the next stop instead? Can we get off at the next stop instead? Let's hop on the tram. It's only a couple of stops away. Let's hop on the tram. It's only a couple of stops away. Do you know how much a return ticket costs? Do you know how much a return ticket costs? Could you call me a taxi, please? Could you call me a taxi, please? I'll check the departure board to see if the flight's on time. I'll check the departure board to see if the flight's on time. Let's go through security before it gets too busy. Let's go through security before it gets too busy. Do we need to check our bags in, or can we carry them on? Do we need to check our bags in, or can we carry them on? I'll meet you at arrivals once you land. I'll meet you at arrivals once you land. Excuse me, can you point me towards the taxi rank? Excuse me, can you point me towards the taxi rank? Do you know if there's a direct train, or do I have to change? Do you know if there's a direct train, or do I have to change? I'll grab a quick snack before we board the plane. I'll grab a quick snack before we board the plane. Could you keep an eye on my bag while I pop to the loo? Could you keep an eye on my bag while I pop to the loo? The underground's packed. Shall we wait for the next train? The underground's packed. Shall we wait for the next train? How long is the journey meant to take? How long is the journey meant to take? I'll just double check Google Maps before we set off. I'll just double check Google Maps before we set off. Do you mind if we sit by the window? Do you mind if we sit by the window? Let's get off here and walk the rest of the way. Let's get off here and walk the rest of the way. I'll book the tickets online. It's usually cheaper that way. I'll book the tickets online. It's usually cheaper that way. Does this flight include a meal, or do we have to buy one? Does this flight include a meal, or do we have to buy one? Could you drop me off outside the station? Could you drop me off outside the station? I'll grab us a couple of seats before they're all taken. I'll grab us a couple of seats before they're all taken. Right, shall we head out and get going? Right, shall we head out and get going? I'll send you the link on WhatsApp so you can check it out. I'll send you the link on WhatsApp so you can check it out. Could you tag me in that post so I don't miss it? Could you tag me in that post so I don't miss it? I'll just drop you a quick message when I get home. I'll just drop you a quick message when I get home. Do you mind if I add you on Facebook? Do you mind if I add you on Facebook? I'll reply to your email once I've finished this meeting. I'll reply to your email once I've finished this meeting. Can you forward me that document when you get a chance? Can you forward me that document when you get a chance? Sorry, I was on mute. Can you hear me now? Sorry, I was on mute. Can you hear me now? Let's jump on a Zoom call and talk it through. Let's jump on a Zoom call and talk it through. I'll send you the password in a private message. I'll send you the password in a private message. Do you want to share your screen so I can see it? Do you want to share your screen so I can see it? I'll just screenshot it and send it over. I'll just screenshot it and send it over. Could you resend that file? The link didn't work. Could you resend that file? The link didn't work. I'll update my status later. I've got a great photo to post. I'll update my status later. I've got a great photo to post. Let's start a group chat so we can all stay in touch. Let's start a group chat so we can all stay in touch. Do you know if that app works on Android as well? Do you know if that app works on Android as well? I'll turn my camera off for a minute. The connection's bad. I'll turn my camera off for a minute. The connection's bad. Sorry, the Wi-Fi's dropping out. I'll reconnect. Sorry, the Wi-Fi's dropping out. I'll reconnect. I'll upload the photos later when I'm on Wi-Fi. I'll upload the photos later when I'm on Wi-Fi. Could you like and share this post to help me out? Could you like and share this post to help me out? Do you want to follow me back so we can message? Do you want to follow me back so we can message? I'll DM you the details after this. I'll DM you the details after this. That video's gone viral. Everyone's talking about it. That video's gone viral. Everyone's talking about it. Let's stream a film tonight instead of going out. Let's stream a film tonight instead of going out. Do you want me to FaceTime you later? Do you want me to FaceTime you later? I'll clear some storage before I download that. I'll clear some storage before I download that. My battery's almost dead. I need to charge my phone. My battery's almost dead. I need to charge my phone. I'll mute the group. It's buzzing non-stop. I'll mute the group. It's buzzing non-stop. Can you reset the router? The internet's not working. Can you reset the router? The internet's not working. I'll set a reminder on my phone so I don't forget. I'll set a reminder on my phone so I don't forget. Right, I'm logging off for the night. Speak tomorrow. Right, I'm logging off for the night. Speak tomorrow. I can't believe it. That's the best news I've heard all week. I can't believe it. That's the best news I've heard all week. You've got to be joking. That's unbelievable. You've got to be joking. That's unbelievable. I'm so relieved. I thought I was going to miss it. I'm so relieved. I thought I was going to miss it. Honestly, I couldn't be happier right now. Honestly, I couldn't be happier right now. That really took me by surprise. I wasn't expecting it at all. That really took me by surprise. I wasn't expecting it at all. I'm absolutely gutted. I was really looking forward to that. I'm absolutely gutted. I was really looking forward to that. I'm so proud of you. You did an amazing job. I'm so proud of you. You did an amazing job. That really winds me up. I can't stand when people do that. That really winds me up. I can't stand when people do that. I'm over the moon. It turned out even better than I hoped. I'm over the moon. It turned out even better than I hoped. That's so disappointing. I thought it would be much better. That's so disappointing. I thought it would be much better. I'm completely shocked. I don't know what to say. I'm completely shocked. I don't know what to say. That cracked me up. I couldn't stop laughing. That cracked me up. I couldn't stop laughing. I feel a bit down today. Not sure why. I feel a bit down today. Not sure why. I'm absolutely knackered. I need a good night's sleep. I'm absolutely knackered. I need a good night's sleep. That really touched me. It was such a thoughtful gesture. That really touched me. It was such a thoughtful gesture. I'm fuming. I can't believe they did that to me. I'm fuming. I can't believe they did that to me. That's so embarrassing. I just wanted the ground to swallow me up. That's so embarrassing. I just wanted the ground to swallow me up. I'm really impressed. You handled that so well. I'm really impressed. You handled that so well. That's a huge relief. I thought it was going to be a disaster. That's a huge relief. I thought it was going to be a disaster. I'm a bit nervous. I've never done this before. I'm a bit nervous. I've never done this before. That made my day. Thank you so much. That made my day. Thank you so much. I'm freezing. I should have brought a warmer coat. I'm freezing. I should have brought a warmer coat. That gave me such a fright. I nearly jumped out of my skin. That gave me such a fright. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I'm so grateful. I really appreciate your help. I'm so grateful. I really appreciate your help. That's really annoying. Why does this always happen to me? That's really annoying. Why does this always happen to me? I feel completely drained. I need a proper break. I feel completely drained. I need a proper break. That's brilliant news. When are we celebrating? That's brilliant news. When are we celebrating? I'm boiling. Can we open a window? I'm boiling. Can we open a window? That's unbelievable. I would never have guessed. That's unbelievable. I would never have guessed. I'm buzzing. I can't wait for tomorrow. I'm buzzing. I can't wait for tomorrow. Do you fancy meeting up for a coffee sometime this week? Do you fancy meeting up for a coffee sometime this week? Let's pencil in Friday night, unless something comes up. Let's pencil in Friday night, unless something comes up. I'll check my diary and get back to you with a time. I'll check my diary and get back to you with a time. Are you free at the weekend, or are you already busy? Are you free at the weekend, or are you already busy? Shall we book a table before it gets fully booked? Shall we book a table before it gets fully booked? I'll send you the details once I've sorted everything. I'll send you the details once I've sorted everything. How about we catch up after work one evening? How about we catch up after work one evening? Do you want to come over to mine, or should we go out? Do you want to come over to mine, or should we go out? I'll let you know if I can make it by tomorrow. I'll let you know if I can make it by tomorrow. Could you remind me closer to the day, just in case? Could you remind me closer to the day, just in case? Why don't we make a night of it and go out afterwards? Why don't we make a night of it and go out afterwards? I'll grab the tickets online before they sell out. I'll grab the tickets online before they sell out. Do you fancy joining us? The more, the merrier. Do you fancy joining us? The more, the merrier. Let's aim for 7 o'clock, but I'll text if I'm running late. Let's aim for 7 o'clock, but I'll text if I'm running late. Shall we do something low-key or go all out? Shall we do something low-key or go all out? I'll check with the others and see what works for them. I'll check with the others and see what works for them. How about we keep it flexible and decide on the day? How about we keep it flexible and decide on the day? Do you want me to book the taxi, or will you? Do you want me to book the taxi, or will you? Let's meet halfway so it's easier for both of us. Let's meet halfway so it's easier for both of us. I'll bring some snacks if you sort the drinks. I'll bring some snacks if you sort the drinks. Are you around next week, or are you away? Are you around next week, or are you away? Shall we make it a regular thing, maybe once a month? Shall we make it a regular thing, maybe once a month? I'll add it to the calendar so I don't forget. I'll add it to the calendar so I don't forget. Do you want to invite anyone else along? Do you want to invite anyone else along? How about we go for a walk if the weather's nice? How about we go for a walk if the weather's nice? I'll message you when I'm on my way. I'll message you when I'm on my way. Let's leave it open and just see how we feel. Let's leave it open and just see how we feel. Do you want to stay over or head home afterwards? Do you want to stay over or head home afterwards? I'll give you a ring to confirm the time. I'll give you a ring to confirm the time. Right, it's a plan. I'm really looking forward to it. Right, it's a plan. I'm really looking forward to it. Sorry, there seems to be a mistake on this bill. Could you check it for me? Sorry, there seems to be a mistake on this bill. Could you check it for me? Excuse me, I think you've given me the wrong change. Excuse me, I think you've given me the wrong change. The Wi-Fi isn't working properly. Could you have a look? The Wi-Fi isn't working properly. Could you have a look? I'm afraid this item is faulty. Can I exchange it? I'm afraid this item is faulty. Can I exchange it? Sorry, but this isn't what I ordered. Could you fix it, please? Sorry, but this isn't what I ordered. Could you fix it, please? Do you know who I should speak to about this problem? Do you know who I should speak to about this problem? I'll try restarting it to see if that solves the issue. I'll try restarting it to see if that solves the issue. I think we've run out of milk. Shall I pop to the shop? I think we've run out of milk. Shall I pop to the shop? Could you give me a hand? This is too heavy for me. Could you give me a hand? This is too heavy for me. Sorry about the mess. I'll clean it up straight away. Sorry about the mess. I'll clean it up straight away. The printer's jammed again. Can you help me sort it out? The printer's jammed again. Can you help me sort it out? I'll double check the instructions to make sure we did it right. I'll double check the instructions to make sure we did it right. Do you mind if I borrow your phone? Mine's died. Do you mind if I borrow your phone? Mine's died. That's not quite right. Let's try it another way. That's not quite right. Let's try it another way. I'll tighten this screw. It should hold better. I'll tighten this screw. It should hold better. The battery's flat. Do you have a spare charger? The battery's flat. Do you have a spare charger? I'll send an email to customer service about it. I'll send an email to customer service about it. Could you explain that again? I think I misunderstood. Could you explain that again? I think I misunderstood. I'll make a note of it so we don't forget next time. I'll make a note of it so we don't forget next time. The tap's leaking. We might need to call a plumber. The tap's leaking. We might need to call a plumber. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please carry on. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please carry on. Do you want me to cover for you while you fix that? Do you want me to cover for you while you fix that? I think we've taken a wrong turn. Let's check the map. I think we've taken a wrong turn. Let's check the map. I'll unplug it and plug it back in. That usually works. I'll unplug it and plug it back in. That usually works. Don't worry, mistakes happen. We'll sort it out. Don't worry, mistakes happen. We'll sort it out. I'll ask around and see if anyone knows how to fix it. I'll ask around and see if anyone knows how to fix it. Could you keep an eye on this while I grab the tools? Could you keep an eye on this while I grab the tools? Let's back up the files so we don't lose anything. Let's back up the files so we don't lose anything. I'll write it down in case we need it again later. I'll write it down in case we need it again later. Right, that's sorted. Everything's working now. Right, that's sorted. Everything's working now.
Harbour resentment. Harbour resentment. Meaning, to keep feelings of anger inside for a long time. To keep feelings of anger inside for a long time. I try not to harbour resentment, but what she said still hurts. I try not to harbour resentment, but what she said still hurts. Mend fences. Mend fences. Meaning, to repair a damaged relationship. To repair a damaged relationship. After months of silence, I reached out to mend fences with him. After months of silence, I reached out to mend fences with him. Lose my composure. Lose my composure. Meaning, to stop being calm and controlled. To stop being calm and controlled. I usually stay calm, but today I started to lose my composure. I usually stay calm, but today I started to lose my composure. Bottle up emotions. Bottle up emotions. Meaning, to hide or suppress feelings. To hide or suppress feelings. He tends to bottle up emotions instead of talking about them. He tends to bottle up emotions instead of talking about them. Feel overwhelmed. Feel overwhelmed. Meaning, to feel emotionally overloaded or stressed. To feel emotionally overloaded or stressed. With everything happening at once, I start to feel overwhelmed. With everything happening at once, I start to feel overwhelmed. Express genuine sympathy. Express genuine sympathy. Meaning, to show real understanding and care for someone's pain. To show real understanding and care for someone's pain. She sent a message to express genuine sympathy after the loss. She sent a message to express genuine sympathy after the loss. Carries emotional baggage. Carries emotional baggage. Meaning, to hold on to past emotional pain. To hold on to past emotional pain. He tries to act tough, but he carries emotional baggage from his childhood. He tries to act tough, but he carries emotional baggage from his childhood. Burst into tears. Burst into tears. Meaning, to suddenly start crying. To suddenly start crying. When she saw the letter, she burst into tears. When she saw the letter, she burst into tears. Struggle with guilt. Struggle with guilt. Meaning, to have difficulty dealing with guilt. To have difficulty dealing with guilt. I still struggle with guilt about what happened last year. I still struggle with guilt about what happened last year. Soothe my nerves. Soothe my nerves. Meaning, to calm anxiety or stress. To calm anxiety or stress. A long walk in the evening helps soothe my nerves. A long walk in the evening helps soothe my nerves. Stirs deep emotions. Stirs deep emotions. Meaning, to cause intense feelings. To cause intense feelings. That song always stirs deep emotions whenever I hear it. That song always stirs deep emotions whenever I hear it. Show heartfelt gratitude. Show heartfelt gratitude. Meaning, to sincerely thank someone. To sincerely thank someone. He stood up to show heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support. He stood up to show heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support. Feel emotionally drained. Feel emotionally drained. Meaning, to feel exhausted from emotions. To feel exhausted from emotions. After the argument, I feel emotionally drained. After the argument, I feel emotionally drained. Put on a brave face. Put on a brave face. Meaning, to hide sadness or fear behind confidence. To hide sadness or fear behind confidence. Even though I was worried, I put on a brave face. Even though I was worried, I put on a brave face. Burst with pride. Burst with pride. Meaning, to feel extremely proud. To feel extremely proud. Watching her graduate makes me burst with pride. Watching her graduate makes me burst with pride. Resolve inner conflict. Resolve inner conflict. Meaning, to settle emotional struggles inside yourself. To settle emotional struggles inside yourself. Meditation helps me resolve inner conflict. Meditation helps me resolve inner conflict. Build emotional resilience. Build emotional resilience. Meaning, to develop strength to handle difficult feelings. To develop strength to handle difficult feelings. Over time, challenges helped me build emotional resilience. Over time, challenges helped me build emotional resilience. Show compassionate support. Show compassionate support. Meaning, to comfort someone with kindness. To comfort someone with kindness. Friends came together to show compassionate support. Friends came together to show compassionate support. Ignite excitement. Ignite excitement. Meaning, to spark strong positive anticipation. To spark strong positive anticipation. The idea of travelling abroad starts to ignite excitement. The idea of travelling abroad starts to ignite excitement. Feel detached. Feel detached. Meaning, to feel emotionally distant or disconnected. To feel emotionally distant or disconnected. Sometimes, after too much stress, I feel detached from everything. Sometimes, after too much stress, I feel detached from everything. Face emotional turmoil. Face emotional turmoil. Meaning, to go through intense emotional struggle. To go through intense emotional struggle. He tried to face emotional turmoil after the breakup. He tried to face emotional turmoil after the breakup. Instill confidence. Instill confidence. Meaning, to make someone feel more confident. To make someone feel more confident. Her encouragement helps instill confidence in me. Her encouragement helps instill confidence in me. Vent frustration. Vent frustration. Meaning, to express anger or annoyance. To express anger or annoyance. I called my friend to vent frustration about work. I called my friend to vent frustration about work. Strikes a nerve. Strikes a nerve. Meaning, to upset or hurt someone emotionally. To upset or hurt someone emotionally. His comment really strikes a nerve. His comment really strikes a nerve. Feel deeply touched. Feel deeply touched. Meaning, to feel moved or emotionally affected. To feel moved or emotionally affected. I feel deeply touched by your kindness. I feel deeply touched by your kindness. Hold a grudge. Hold a grudge. Meaning, to stay angry at someone for a long time. To stay angry at someone for a long time. I prefer not to hold a grudge. It only hurts me. I prefer not to hold a grudge. It only hurts me. Gain inner peace. Gain inner peace. Meaning, to find calm and emotional balance. To find calm and emotional balance. After years of stress, I finally start to gain inner peace. After years of stress, I finally start to gain inner peace. Trigger painful memories. Trigger painful memories. Meaning, to cause old hurtful feelings to return. To cause old hurtful feelings to return. That place can trigger painful memories for me. That place can trigger painful memories for me. Heighten anxiety. Heighten anxiety. Meaning, to make stress or worry stronger. To make stress or worry stronger. Uncertainty tends to heighten anxiety. Uncertainty tends to heighten anxiety. Feel utterly hopeless. Feel utterly hopeless. Meaning, to feel like nothing will improve. to feel like nothing will improve. In my darkest moments, I feel utterly hopeless. In my darkest moments, I feel utterly hopeless. Brings comfort. Brings comfort. Meaning, to give emotional support or relief. To give emotional support or relief. Your message brings comfort at a difficult time. Your message brings comfort at a difficult time. Face rejection. Face rejection. Meaning, to experience being refused or excluded. To experience being refused or excluded. It is never easy to face rejection. It is never easy to face rejection. Share heartfelt condolences. Share heartfelt condolences. Meaning, to express deep sympathy. To express deep sympathy. We visited to share heartfelt condolences. We visited to share heartfelt condolences. Feel completely isolated. Feel completely isolated. Meaning, to feel alone and separate from everyone. To feel alone and separate from everyone. Without support, I feel completely isolated. Without support, I feel completely isolated. Spark jealousy. Spark jealousy. Meaning, to cause someone to feel jealous. To cause someone to feel jealous. Seeing them together could spark jealousy. Seeing them together could spark jealousy. Feel emotionally dumb. Feel emotionally dumb. Meaning, to feel unable to experience emotions. To feel unable to experience emotions. After too much stress, I feel emotionally numb. After too much stress, I feel emotionally numb. Sink into depression. Sink into depression. Meaning, to gradually become depressed. To gradually become depressed. Many small problems can make someone sink into depression. Many small problems can make someone sink into depression. Express sincere regret. Express sincere regret. Meaning, to truly apologize and feel sorry. To truly apologize and feel sorry. He sent a letter to express sincere regret. He sent a letter to express sincere regret. Handle criticism. Handle criticism. Meaning, to deal with negative comments respectfully. To deal with negative comments respectfully. I try to handle criticism with maturity. I try to handle criticism with maturity. Rebuild trust. Rebuild trust. Meaning, to restore belief and confidence after it is broken. To restore belief and confidence after it is broken. It takes time to rebuild trust. It takes time to rebuild trust. Overcome insecurity. Overcome insecurity. Meaning, To beat feelings of self-doubt. To beat feelings of self-doubt. Therapy helps people overcome insecurity. Therapy helps people overcome insecurity. Feel reassured. Feel reassured. Meaning, to feel calmer after receiving comfort. To feel calmer after receiving comfort. Your words make me feel reassured. Your words make me feel reassured. Release negative energy. Release negative energy. Meaning, to let go of stress, anger, or frustration. To let go of stress, anger, or frustration. Breathing exercises help me release negative energy. Breathing exercises help me release negative energy. Experience pure joy. Experience pure joy. Meaning, to feel intense happiness. To feel intense happiness. When I see my family smile, I experience pure joy. When I see my family smile, I experience pure joy. Feel torn. Feel torn. Meaning, to feel emotionally conflicted or unsure. To feel emotionally conflicted or unsure. I feel torn between staying and leaving. I feel torn between staying and leaving. Filled with regret. Filled with regret. Meaning, to feel strong sadness about a past mistake. To feel strong sadness about a past mistake. Years later, I am still filled with regret. Years later, I am still filled with regret. Embrace my feelings. Embrace my feelings. Meaning, to accept emotions instead of hiding them. To accept emotions instead of hiding them. I am learning to embrace my feelings instead of running from them. I am learning to embrace my feelings instead of running from them. Mask my true feelings. Mask my true feelings. Meaning, to hide how you really feel. To hide how you really feel. I tried to smile, but I had to mask my true feelings. I tried to smile, but I had to mask my true feelings. Question my intentions. Question my intentions. Meaning, to doubt your own motives or reasons for something. To doubt your own motives or reasons for something. After the argument, I started to question my intentions. After the argument, I started to question my intentions. Nurture self-worth. Nurture self-worth. Meaning, to strengthen confidence and belief in yourself. To strengthen confidence and belief in yourself. Positive habits help me nurture self-worth. Positive habits help me nurture self-worth. Ambitious. Ambitious. Meaning, having strong desire to succeed. Having strong desire to succeed. She's ambitious and works tirelessly to reach her goals. She's ambitious and works tirelessly to reach her goals. Articulate, articulate, meaning able to express ideas clearly and effectively. Able to express ideas clearly and effectively. She's so articulate when she speaks about social issues. She's so articulate when she speaks about social issues. Astute, astute, meaning having sharp judgment or insight. Having sharp judgment or insight. That was an astute observation about the company's strategy. That was an astute observation about the company's strategy. Benevolent, benevolent, meaning kind and generous. Kind and generous. The charity was founded by a benevolent businesswoman. The charity was founded by a benevolent businesswoman. Candid, candid, meaning honest and straightforward. Honest and straightforward. I appreciate how candid you are about your mistakes. I appreciate how candid you are about your mistakes. Coherent, coherent, meaning logical and well organized. Logical and well organized. His argument was coherent and easy to follow. His argument was coherent and easy to follow. Conscientious, conscientious, meaning very careful and responsible. Very careful and responsible. She's a conscientious employee who never misses deadlines. She's a conscientious employee who never misses deadlines. Credible, credible, meaning believable and trustworthy. Believable and trustworthy. His explanation sounded credible after I checked the facts. His explanation sounded credible after I checked the facts. Cultivated, cultivated, meaning educated and refined in manner. Educated and refined in manner. He's a cultivated man who enjoys literature and fine art. He's a cultivated man who enjoys literature and fine art. Diligent, diligent, meaning showing steady effort and care. Showing steady effort and care. She's been diligent in completing her training on time. She's been diligent in completing her training on time. Discerning, discerning, meaning having good judgment or taste. Having good judgment or taste. He's a discerning listener who notices every musical detail. He's a discerning listener who notices every musical detail. Eloquent, eloquent, meaning fluent and persuasive in speaking or writing. Fluent and persuasive in speaking or writing. The mayor gave an eloquent speech at the ceremony. The mayor gave an eloquent speech at the ceremony. Empathetic, empathetic, meaning showing understanding of others' feelings. Showing understanding of others' feelings. She's an empathetic teacher who truly cares about her students. She's an empathetic teacher who truly cares about her students. Erudite, erudite, meaning having or showing great knowledge. Having or showing great knowledge. He's an erudite scholar who speaks 6 languages. He's an erudite scholar who speaks 6 languages. Exemplary, exemplary, meaning serving as a perfect model. Serving as a perfect model. Her dedication to her work is truly exemplary. Her dedication to her work is truly exemplary. Forthright, forthright, meaning direct and outspoken. Direct and outspoken. I like how forthright you are when giving feedback. I like how forthright you are when giving feedback. Frugal, frugal, meaning careful with money and resources. Careful with money and resources. He's quite frugal and prefers saving to spending. He's quite frugal and prefers saving to spending. Genuine, genuine, meaning real, sincere and honest. Real, sincere and honest. She gave me a genuine compliment that made my day. She gave me a genuine compliment that made my day. Gracious, gracious, meaning polite and kind, especially in defeat. Polite and kind, especially in defeat. He was gracious even after losing the competition. He was gracious even after losing the competition. Honourable, honourable, meaning worthy of respect and admiration. Worthy of respect and admiration. He made an honourable decision by admitting his mistake. He made an honourable decision by admitting his mistake. Humble, humble, meaning not proud or arrogant. Not proud or arrogant. Despite his fame, he remains humble and kind to everyone. Despite his fame, he remains humble and kind to everyone. Impeccable, impeccable, meaning perfect and without fault. Perfect and without fault. Her taste in fashion is absolutely impeccable. Her taste in fashion is absolutely impeccable. Incisive, incisive, meaning clear and sharp in thought or expression. Clear and sharp in thought or expression. His incisive comments revealed the core of the problem. His incisive comments revealed the core of the problem. Ingenious, ingenious, meaning clever, original, and inventive. Clever, original, and inventive. That's an ingenious solution to a tricky situation. That's an ingenious solution to a tricky situation.
Insightful, insightful, meaning showing deep understanding, showing deep understanding. Your analysis was incredibly insightful and accurate. Your analysis was incredibly insightful and accurate. Intuitive, intuitive, meaning based on natural understanding or instinct, based on natural understanding or instinct. She has an intuitive sense of what people need. She has an intuitive sense of what people need. Judicious, judicious, meaning showing good judgment or sense, showing good judgment or sense. That was a judicious decision to delay the project. That was a judicious decision to delay the project. Meticulous, meticulous, meaning extremely careful about details, extremely careful about details. He's meticulous when preparing his presentations. He's meticulous when preparing his presentations. Modest, modest, meaning not boasting or showing off, not boasting or showing off. She's modest about her achievements despite her success. She's modest about her achievements despite her success. Objective, objective, meaning not influenced by emotions or bias, not influenced by emotions or bias. Try to stay objective when evaluating your own work. Try to stay objective when evaluating your own work. Optimistic, optimistic, meaning hopeful and confident about the future. Hopeful and confident about the future. He remains optimistic even during tough times. He remains optimistic even during tough times. Perceptive, perceptive, meaning able to notice and understand things quickly. Able to notice and understand things quickly. You're very perceptive. You picked up on that immediately. You're very perceptive. You picked up on that immediately. Persuasive, persuasive, meaning able to convince others effectively. Able to convince others effectively. Her persuasive argument changed everyone's opinion. Her persuasive argument changed everyone's opinion. Pragmatic, pragmatic, meaning dealing with problems in a practical way. Dealing with problems in a practical way. He's pragmatic about what can actually be achieved. He's pragmatic about what can actually be achieved. Proactive, proactive, meaning taking action before problems arise. Taking action before problems arise. She's proactive in finding new business opportunities. She's proactive in finding new business opportunities. Punctual, punctual, meaning always on time. Always on time. He's punctual and never keeps anyone waiting. He's punctual and never keeps anyone waiting. Rational, rational, meaning based on reason or logic, based on reason or logic. Try to stay rational instead of reacting emotionally. Try to stay rational instead of reacting emotionally. Reliable, reliable, meaning dependable and trustworthy, dependable and trustworthy. He's a reliable friend who's always there when you need him. He's a reliable friend who's always there when you need him. Resilient, resilient, meaning able to recover quickly from difficulties, able to recover quickly from difficulties. She's resilient and bounces back from every setback. She's resilient and bounces back from every setback. Resourceful, resourceful, meaning good at finding quick and clever solutions. Good at finding quick and clever solutions. He's resourceful and always finds a way to make things work. He's resourceful and always finds a way to make things work. Respectful, respectful, meaning showing politeness and regard for others. Showing politeness and regard for others. He's always respectful towards his teachers and colleagues. He's always respectful towards his teachers and colleagues. Sincere, sincere, meaning genuine and without pretense. Genuine and without pretense. I could tell her apology was completely sincere. I could tell her apology was completely sincere. Sophisticated, sophisticated, meaning elegant, refined, and well-cultured. Elegant, refined, and well-cultured. His writing style is sophisticated but still accessible. His writing style is sophisticated but still accessible. Steadfast, steadfast, meaning firm and loyal in belief or purpose. Firm and loyal in belief or purpose. She remained steadfast in her principles despite pressure. She remained steadfast in her principles despite pressure. Strategic, strategic, meaning carefully planned to achieve a goal. Carefully planned to achieve a goal. That was a strategic move that paid off in the end. That was a strategic move that paid off in the end. Studious, studious, meaning spending a lot of time learning or reading. Spending a lot of time learning or reading. He's a studious student who loves spending time in the library. He's a studious student who loves spending time in the library. Subtle, subtle, meaning not obvious but clever or effective. Not obvious but clever or effective. There's a subtle difference between these two designs. There's a subtle difference between these two designs. Tactful, tactful, meaning careful not to offend or upset others. Careful not to offend or upset others. She's tactful when giving criticism to her team. She's tactful when giving criticism to her team. Tenacious. Tenacious, meaning determined and persistent. Determined and persistent. He's tenacious and never gives up on his dreams. He's tenacious and never gives up on his dreams. Thorough. Thorough, meaning complete and detailed in every way. Complete and detailed in every way. Her report was thorough and left no question unanswered. Her report was thorough and left no question unanswered. Thoughtful. Thoughtful, meaning considerate and kind. Considerate and kind. That was a thoughtful gesture to send a thank you note. That was a thoughtful gesture to send a thank you note. Trustworthy. Trustworthy, meaning able to be relied on as honest or truthful. Able to be relied on as honest or truthful. He's a trustworthy colleague you can always depend on. He's a trustworthy colleague you can always depend on. Unwavering. Unwavering, meaning steady and firm, not changing. Steady and firm, not changing. She has unwavering faith in her team's abilities. She has unwavering faith in her team's abilities. Versatile. Versatile, meaning able to do many different things well. Able to do many different things well. He's a versatile actor who can play any role. He's a versatile actor who can play any role. Vigilant. Vigilant, meaning watchful and alert to danger or problems. Watchful and alert to danger or problems. Security guards must remain vigilant at all times. Security guards must remain vigilant at all times. Virtuous. Virtuous, meaning behaving in a morally good way. Behaving in a morally good way. She's known for her virtuous character and honesty. She's known for her virtuous character and honesty. Vivacious. Vivacious, meaning full of energy and lively spirit. Full of energy and lively spirit. Her vivacious personality makes everyone smile. Her vivacious personality makes everyone smile. Wholesome. Wholesome, meaning morally good and promoting well-being. Morally good and promoting well-being. They shared a wholesome meal with family and friends. They shared a wholesome meal with family and friends. Witty. Witty, meaning cleverly humorous. Cleverly humorous. He's always witty and quick with his responses. He's always witty and quick with his responses. Zealous. Zealous, meaning very enthusiastic and passionate. Very enthusiastic and passionate. He's zealous about protecting the environment. He's zealous about protecting the environment. Lay down.
lay down, meaning to establish a rule or law. To establish a rule or law. The manager will lay down new safety regulations for the factory. The manager will lay down new safety regulations for the factory. Crack down, meaning to take strong action to stop something illegal or wrong. To take strong action to stop something illegal or wrong. The police will crack down on illegal parking in the city centre. The police will crack down on illegal parking in the city centre. Hand down, meaning to officially give a decision or punishment. To officially give a decision or punishment. The judge will hand down the final verdict tomorrow. The judge will hand down the final verdict tomorrow. Bring in, meaning to introduce a new rule or law. To introduce a new rule or law. The government plans to bring in stricter rules on pollution. The government plans to bring in stricter rules on pollution. Carry out, meaning to perform or enforce something, especially an order. To perform or enforce something, especially an order. The officers will carry out regular inspections next month. The officers will carry out regular inspections next month. Follow up, meaning to check or investigate something further. To check or investigate something further. The inspector will follow up on last week's complaints. The inspector will follow up on last week's complaints. Stick to, meaning to obey or remain committed to something. To obey or remain committed to something. You must stick to the dress code at all times. You must stick to the dress code at all times. Abide by, meaning to accept and follow a rule or decision. To accept and follow a rule or decision. All members must abide by the club's regulations. All members must abide by the club's regulations. Act on, meaning to take action based on advice or information. To take action based on advice or information. The council will act on the citizens' feedback immediately. The council will act on the citizens' feedback immediately. Carry on, meaning to continue doing something despite difficulties. To continue doing something despite difficulties. The officer told them to carry on with their duties. The officer told them to carry on with their duties. Look into, meaning to investigate or examine something carefully. To investigate or examine something carefully. The committee will look into claims of corruption. The committee will look into claims of corruption. Deal with. Deal with. Meaning, to take action about a problem or situation. To take action about a problem or situation. The principal will deal with students who break the rules. The principal will deal with students who break the rules. Come under. Come under. Meaning, to be subjected to authority or control. To be subjected to authority or control. All departments come under the director's supervision. All departments come under the director's supervision. Hand over. Hand over. Meaning, to give control or responsibility to someone else. To give control or responsibility to someone else. The officer will hand over the keys to the new manager. The officer will hand over the keys to the new manager. Back up. Back up. Meaning, to support or confirm someone's authority. To support or confirm someone's authority. The teacher expects the headmaster to back up her decisions. The teacher expects the headmaster to back up her decisions. Rule out. Rule out. Meaning, to decide officially that something is not allowed. To decide officially that something is not allowed. The company will rule out any form of harassment at work. The company will rule out any form of harassment at work. Turn down. Turn down. Meaning, to refuse a request or offer formally. To refuse a request or offer formally. The board may turn down his application for promotion. The board may turn down his application for promotion. Set out. Set out. Meaning, to explain rules or plans clearly and in detail. To explain rules or plans clearly and in detail. The contract will set out your rights and responsibilities. The contract will set out your rights and responsibilities. Look after. Look after. Meaning, to be responsible for or protect someone or something. To be responsible for or protect someone or something. Security guards look after the premises at night. Security guards look after the premises at night. Check up on. Check up on. Meaning, to monitor someone's actions to ensure compliance. To monitor someone's actions to ensure compliance. Supervisors regularly check up on staff performance. Supervisors regularly check up on staff performance. Lay off. Lay off. Meaning, to dismiss someone from a job for official reasons. To dismiss someone from a job for official reasons. The company had to lay off workers due to budget cuts. The company had to lay off workers due to budget cuts. Call for. Call for. Meaning, to demand or require something officially. To demand or require something officially. This situation may call for immediate action from the authorities. This situation may call for immediate action from the authorities. Draw up. Draw up. Meaning, to prepare an official document or rule. To prepare an official document or rule. Lawyers will draw up a new code of conduct. Lawyers will draw up a new code of conduct. Keep to. Keep to. Meaning, to follow an agreement or plan. To follow an agreement or plan. Please keep to the deadline stated in the contract. Please keep to the deadline stated in the contract. Put forward. Put forward. Meaning, to suggest an idea or proposal formally. To suggest an idea or proposal formally. The committee will put forward a plan for fairer policies. The committee will put forward a plan for fairer policies. Hold up. Hold up. Meaning, to delay progress or enforcement. To delay progress or enforcement. The dispute will hold up the final decision for weeks. The dispute will hold up the final decision for weeks. Step down. Step down. Meaning, to resign from a position of authority. To resign from a position of authority. The mayor will step down at the end of his term. The mayor will step down at the end of his term. Take over. Take over. Meaning, to assume control or responsibility. To assume control or responsibility. The deputy will take over when the manager retires. The deputy will take over when the manager retires. Stand by. Stand by. Meaning, to support or remain loyal to someone in authority. To support or remain loyal to someone in authority. The officers will stand by their commander's decision. The officers will stand by their commander's decision. Keep up. Keep up. Meaning, to continue maintaining a required standard. To continue maintaining a required standard. You must keep up your training to stay qualified. You must keep up your training to stay qualified. Check out. Check out. Meaning, to examine something to ensure it meets the rules. To examine something to ensure it meets the rules. Officials will check out the site before granting approval. Officials will check out the site before granting approval. Look out for. Look out for. Meaning, to watch carefully to ensure safety or compliance. To watch carefully to ensure safety or compliance. Guards look out for anyone breaking the curfew. Guards look out for anyone breaking the curfew. Break out, break out, meaning to begin suddenly, often used for conflict or disorder. To begin suddenly, often used for conflict or disorder. Arguments often break out when new rules are introduced. Arguments often break out when new rules are introduced. Clamp down on. Clamp down on, meaning to become stricter in enforcing rules. To become stricter in enforcing rules. The government plans to clamp down on tax evasion. The government plans to clamp down on tax evasion. Call off, meaning to cancel an event or action officially. To cancel an event or action officially. The police had to call off the search due to bad weather. The police had to call off the search due to bad weather. Hand in, meaning to submit or surrender something officially. To submit or surrender something officially. All drivers must hand in their old licenses by Friday. All drivers must hand in their old licenses by Friday. Bring about, meaning to cause or make something happen. To cause or make something happen. The new policy will bring about significant change. The new policy will bring about significant change. Set up, meaning to establish an organization or system. To establish an organization or system. They plan to set up a task force to review regulations. They plan to set up a task force to review regulations. Carry through, meaning to complete something despite difficulties. To complete something despite difficulties. The leader managed to carry through all his reforms. The leader managed to carry through all his reforms. Take down, meaning to remove something officially or record information. To remove something officially or record information. The officer will take down your statement for the report. The officer will take down your statement for the report. Go against, meaning to oppose a rule, decision, or person in authority. To oppose a rule, decision, or person in authority. His actions clearly go against the company's policy. His actions clearly go against the company's policy. Go by, meaning to follow or act according to rules or principles. To follow or act according to rules or principles. We have to go by what the regulations say. We have to go by what the regulations say. cut off, cut off, meaning to stop something such as supplies or privileges. To stop something such as supplies or privileges. The council may cut off funding if rules are ignored. The council may cut off funding if rules are ignored. I'm good at explaining complex ideas in simple terms. I'm good at explaining complex ideas in simple terms. I can express my thoughts clearly and confidently. I can express my thoughts clearly and confidently. I always try to listen before I speak. I always try to listen before I speak. I communicate well with people from different backgrounds. I communicate well with people from different backgrounds. I'm comfortable speaking in front of a group. I'm comfortable speaking in front of a group. I make sure my messages are clear and polite. I make sure my messages are clear and polite. I'm skilled at writing professional emails. I'm skilled at writing professional emails. I can adapt my tone depending on who I'm speaking to. I can adapt my tone depending on who I'm speaking to. I enjoy sharing information and helping others understand. I enjoy sharing information and helping others understand. I can summarize long discussions quickly and accurately. I can summarize long discussions quickly and accurately. I'm not afraid to ask questions when something isn't clear. I'm not afraid to ask questions when something isn't clear. I try to keep communication open and honest. I try to keep communication open and honest. I find it easy to start and maintain conversations. I find it easy to start and maintain conversations. I always double-check my messages for clarity. I always double-check my messages for clarity. I can persuade people without sounding forceful. I can persuade people without sounding forceful. I enjoy working as part of a team. I enjoy working as part of a team. I value everyone's input when we work on a project. I value everyone's input when we work on a project. I can adapt to different team dynamics easily. I can adapt to different team dynamics easily. I always support my teammates when they need help. I always support my teammates when they need help. I'm willing to compromise for the good of the team. I'm willing to compromise for the good of the team. I believe collaboration leads to better results. I believe collaboration leads to better results. I share credit with others for our joint achievements. I share credit with others for our joint achievements. I can take on different roles depending on the situation. I can take on different roles depending on the situation. I help resolve conflicts in a calm and fair way. I help resolve conflicts in a calm and fair way. I encourage others to share their opinions. I encourage others to share their opinions. I'm good at building positive working relationships. I'm good at building positive working relationships. I respect different viewpoints, even when I disagree. I respect different viewpoints, even when I disagree. I like bringing people together to reach a common goal. I like bringing people together to reach a common goal. I stay professional even under pressure. I stay professional even under pressure. I celebrate team success, not just my own. I celebrate team success, not just my own. I can think quickly when problems arise. I can think quickly when problems arise. I enjoy finding creative solutions to challenges. I enjoy finding creative solutions to challenges. I analyse problems before making decisions. I analyse problems before making decisions. I stay calm when unexpected issues appear. I stay calm when unexpected issues appear. I try to see problems as opportunities to improve. I try to see problems as opportunities to improve. I can come up with new ideas under pressure. I can come up with new ideas under pressure. I enjoy brainstorming and exploring different approaches. I enjoy brainstorming and exploring different approaches. I look for patterns to identify the real cause of a problem. I look for patterns to identify the real cause of a problem. I'm not afraid to experiment with new methods. I'm not afraid to experiment with new methods. I always have a backup plan if something goes wrong. I always have a backup plan if something goes wrong. I'm good at evaluating risks before taking action. I'm good at evaluating risks before taking action. I use both logic and intuition when solving problems. I use both logic and intuition when solving problems. I can fix small issues before they become big ones. I can fix small issues before they become big ones. I focus on solutions instead of complaints. I focus on solutions instead of complaints. I learn from mistakes and improve my approach next time. I learn from mistakes and improve my approach next time. I'm very organised in my daily tasks. I'm very organised in my daily tasks. I like to plan ahead to avoid last-minute stress. I like to plan ahead to avoid last-minute stress. I can prioritize my work effectively. I can prioritize my work effectively. I use to-do lists to stay on track. I use to-do lists to stay on track. I always meet my deadlines. I always meet my deadlines. I can manage several tasks at once. I can manage several tasks at once. I schedule my day to make the most of my time. I schedule my day to make the most of my time. I try to complete important tasks first. I try to complete important tasks first. I'm good at balancing work and rest. I'm good at balancing work and rest. I plan my week carefully to stay productive. I plan my week carefully to stay productive. I'm punctual and value other people's time. I'm punctual and value other people's time. I keep my workspace tidy to stay focused. I keep my workspace tidy to stay focused. I can adapt my schedule when plans change. I can adapt my schedule when plans change. I'm disciplined when it comes to managing time. I'm disciplined when it comes to managing time. I review my progress regularly to stay efficient. I review my progress regularly to stay efficient. I'm confident taking the lead when needed. I'm confident taking the lead when needed. I enjoy motivating others to do their best. I enjoy motivating others to do their best. I lead by example rather than by words. I lead by example rather than by words. I take responsibility for my actions and decisions. I take responsibility for my actions and decisions. I'm fair and consistent when managing people. I'm fair and consistent when managing people. I can make tough decisions when necessary. I can make tough decisions when necessary. I delegate tasks based on people's strengths. I delegate tasks based on people's strengths. I help others grow by giving constructive feedback. I help others grow by giving constructive feedback. I stay calm and confident in challenging situations. I stay calm and confident in challenging situations. I encourage others to take initiative. I encourage others to take initiative. I handle pressure well when I'm in charge. I handle pressure well when I'm in charge. I take pride in being a reliable leader. I take pride in being a reliable leader. I can guide a team towards a shared vision. I can guide a team towards a shared vision. I value honesty and respect as key leadership traits. I value honesty and respect as key leadership traits. I inspire others through hard work and positivity. I inspire others through hard work and positivity. I'm confident using computers and online tools. I'm confident using computers and online tools. I learn new software quickly. I learn new software quickly. I can troubleshoot small technical problems myself. I can troubleshoot small technical problems myself. I'm familiar with spreadsheets and data entry. I'm familiar with spreadsheets and data entry. I'm skilled at using social media professionally. I'm skilled at using social media professionally. I stay updated with the latest technology trends. I stay updated with the latest technology trends. I can design simple presentations and visuals. I can design simple presentations and visuals. I understand the basics of digital security. I understand the basics of digital security. I can manage information efficiently using apps. I can manage information efficiently using apps. I type quickly and accurately. I type quickly and accurately. I'm comfortable working in online meetings. I'm comfortable working in online meetings. I can manage digital files in an organized way. I can manage digital files in an organized way. I use technology to make my work more efficient. I use technology to make my work more efficient. I can explain technical issues in plain English. I can explain technical issues in plain English. I'm always eager to learn new digital skills. I'm always eager to learn new digital skills. I'm always open to learning something new. I'm always open to learning something new. I believe in improving a little every day. I believe in improving a little every day. I take feedback seriously and use it to grow. I take feedback seriously and use it to grow. I learn from both success and failure. I learn from both success and failure. I stay curious about how things work. I stay curious about how things work. I ask questions to understand things better. I ask questions to understand things better. I'm self-motivated to keep improving my skills. I'm self-motivated to keep improving my skills. I enjoy learning from experienced people. I enjoy learning from experienced people. I believe there's always room for improvement. I believe there's always room for improvement. I read or watch educational content regularly. I read or watch educational content regularly. I'm not afraid to admit when I don't know something. I'm not afraid to admit when I don't know something. I set personal learning goals every month. I set personal learning goals every month. I reflect on my progress to stay motivated. I reflect on my progress to stay motivated. I try new things, even if I might fail at first. I try new things, even if I might fail at first. I enjoy discovering better ways to do things. I enjoy discovering better ways to do things. I'm a naturally positive person. I'm a naturally positive person. I stay calm even in stressful situations. I stay calm even in stressful situations. I'm patient when things take time. I'm patient when things take time. I'm adaptable to change and new environments. I'm adaptable to change and new environments. I'm dependable and people can rely on me. I'm dependable and people can rely on me. I'm kind and considerate in my interactions. I'm kind and considerate in my interactions. I'm respectful towards everyone, no matter their role. I'm respectful towards everyone, no matter their role. I'm persistent when I face difficulties. I'm persistent when I face difficulties. I'm humble about my achievements. I'm humble about my achievements. I try to stay optimistic even when things go wrong. I try to stay optimistic even when things go wrong. I'm honest about what I can and can't do. I'm honest about what I can and can't do. I take pride in being trustworthy. I take pride in being trustworthy. I treat others the way I want to be treated. I treat others the way I want to be treated. I remain polite even when I disagree. I remain polite even when I disagree. I value integrity more than recognition. I value integrity more than recognition. I enjoy working with data and facts. I enjoy working with data and facts. I can identify patterns others might miss. I can identify patterns others might miss. I like breaking big problems into smaller parts. I like breaking big problems into smaller parts. I make decisions based on evidence, not guesses. I make decisions based on evidence, not guesses. I check details carefully before reaching conclusions. I check details carefully before reaching conclusions. I'm objective and fair when analysing a situation. I'm objective and fair when analysing a situation. I'm comfortable with numbers and logical reasoning. I'm comfortable with numbers and logical reasoning. I use critical thinking to solve complex issues. I use critical thinking to solve complex issues. I question assumptions before accepting them. I question assumptions before accepting them. I compare options before choosing the best one. I compare options before choosing the best one. I test ideas before applying them. I test ideas before applying them. I think strategically about long-term results. I think strategically about long-term results. I can interpret information from different sources. I can interpret information from different sources. I draw conclusions that make sense to everyone. I draw conclusions that make sense to everyone. I can explain my reasoning clearly and simply. I can explain my reasoning clearly and simply. I always do my best, no matter the task. I always do my best, no matter the task. I finish what I start. I finish what I start. I can be trusted to deliver on time. I can be trusted to deliver on time. I pay attention to detail in everything I do. I pay attention to detail in everything I do. I take pride in doing high quality work. I take pride in doing high quality work. I'm consistent and dependable. I'm consistent and dependable. I never cut corners, even on small tasks. I never cut corners, even on small tasks. I'm committed to meeting expectations. I'm committed to meeting expectations. I'm self-disciplined and focused. I'm self-disciplined and focused. I stay motivated even without supervision. I stay motivated even without supervision. I take deadlines seriously. I take deadlines seriously. I double-check my work to avoid mistakes. I double-check my work to avoid mistakes. I learn from criticism and improve quickly. I learn from criticism and improve quickly. I take initiative without waiting to be told. I take initiative without waiting to be told. I always aim to exceed expectations, not just meet them. I always aim to exceed expectations, not just meet them. Fish for compliments. Fish for compliments. Meaning, try to get compliments indirectly. Try to get compliments indirectly. Stop trying to fish for compliments and take the praise. Stop trying to fish for compliments and take the praise. Hit the ground running. Hit the ground running. Meaning, start something quickly and successfully. Start something quickly and successfully. She hit the ground running on her first day. She hit the ground running on her first day. Blow off steam. Blow off steam. Meaning, release stress or anger. Release stress or anger. He goes for a run to blow off steam. He goes for a run to blow off steam. Let the cat out of the bag. Let the cat out of the bag. Meaning, reveal a secret unintentionally. Reveal a secret unintentionally. She let the cat out of the bag about the surprise party. She let the cat out of the bag about the surprise party. Once in a blue moon. Once in a blue moon. Meaning, very rarely. Very rarely. He visits his hometown once in a blue moon. He visits his hometown once in a blue moon. Spill the beans. Spill the beans. Meaning, reveal a secret. Reveal a secret. Come on, spill the beans. What did he say? Come on, spill the beans. What did he say? Under the weather. Under the weather. Meaning, feeling ill or unwell. Feeling ill or unwell. I'm staying home today. I'm feeling a bit under the weather. I'm staying home today. I'm feeling a bit under the weather. Back to the drawing board. Back to the drawing board. Meaning, start again from the beginning. Start again from the beginning. The plan didn't work, so it's back to the drawing board. The plan didn't work, so it's back to the drawing board. The ball is in your court. The ball is in your court. Meaning, it's your decision or responsibility now. It's your decision or responsibility now. I've done my part. Now the ball is in your court. I've done my part. Now the ball is in your court. The best of both worlds. The best of both worlds. Meaning, a situation where you enjoy two different advantages. A situation where you enjoy two different advantages. Working from home gives me the best of both worlds. Working from home gives me the best of both worlds. Cut corners. Cut corners. Meaning, do something in a cheap or easy way. Do something in a cheap or easy way. They cut corners and the project ended up failing. They cut corners and the project ended up failing. Let sleeping dogs lie. Let sleeping dogs lie. Meaning, don't bring up old problems. Don't bring up old problems. Just let sleeping dogs lie and don't mention it again. Just let sleeping dogs lie and don't mention it again. A blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise. Meaning, something that seems bad but has a good result. Something that seems bad but has a good result. Losing that job was a blessing in disguise. Losing that job was a blessing in disguise. On the ball. On the ball. Meaning, alert and quick to respond. Alert and quick to respond. She's really on the ball at work. She's really on the ball at work. Go the extra mile. Go the extra mile. Meaning, do more than what is expected. Do more than what is expected. I always try to go the extra mile to make my customers happy. I always try to go the extra mile to make my customers happy. Throw in the towel. Throw in the towel. Meaning, give up. Give up. I'm not ready to throw in the towel just yet. I'm not ready to throw in the towel just yet. In the same boat. In the same boat. Meaning, in the same situation. In the same situation. We're all in the same boat when it comes to inflation. We're all in the same boat when it comes to inflation. Up in the air. Up in the air. Meaning, uncertain. Uncertain. Our travel plans are still up in the air. Our travel plans are still up in the air. Think outside the box. Think outside the box. Meaning, be creative. Be creative. We need to think outside the box to solve this problem. We need to think outside the box to solve this problem. Cut to the chase. Cut to the chase. Meaning, get to the point. Get to the point. Let's cut to the chase. What's the real issue? Let's cut to the chase. What's the real issue? Face the music. Face the music. Meaning, accept the consequences. Accept the consequences. It's time to face the music and own up to what you did. It's time to face the music and own up to what you did. In the nick of time. In the nick of time. Meaning, just in time. Just in time. I caught the train in the nick of time. I caught the train in the nick of time. Go with the flow. Go with the flow. Meaning, accept things as they come. Accept things as they come. I try to go with the flow when plans change. I try to go with the flow when plans change. Pull yourself together. Pull yourself together. Meaning, calm down. Calm down. You need to pull yourself together and focus. You need to pull yourself together and focus. Read between the lines. Read between the lines. Meaning, understand the hidden meaning. Understand the hidden meaning. Read between the lines. He's not happy. Read between the lines. He's not happy. Know the ropes. Know the ropes. Meaning, understand how something works. Understand how something works. You can't lead the project until you know the ropes around here. You can't lead the project until you know the ropes around here. Draw the line. Draw the line. Meaning, set a limit. Set a limit. I draw the line at lying to customers. I draw the line at lying to customers. Drop the ball. Drop the ball. Meaning, make a mistake. Make a mistake. We can't afford to drop the ball on this project. We can't afford to drop the ball on this project. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Meaning, wait and be patient. Wait and be patient. Hold your horses. We haven't finished yet. Hold your horses. We haven't finished yet. Leave no stone unturned. Leave no stone unturned. Meaning, search thoroughly. Search thoroughly. We'll leave no stone unturned to find the answer. We'll leave no stone unturned to find the answer. Miss the boat. Miss the boat. Meaning, miss an opportunity. Miss an opportunity. You'll miss the boat if you don't apply now. You'll miss the boat if you don't apply now. Play it by ear. Play it by ear. Meaning, decide as you go. Decide as you go. Let's play it by ear and see how we feel. Let's play it by ear and see how we feel. Rock the boat. Rock the boat. Meaning, cause problems or change. Cause problems or change. I didn't want to rock the boat, so I stayed quiet. I didn't want to rock the boat, so I stayed quiet. See eye to eye. See eye to eye. Meaning, agree. Agree. We don't see eye to eye on politics. We don't see eye to eye on politics. Sleep on it. Sleep on it. Meaning, take time to decide. Take time to decide. I'll sleep on it and let you know tomorrow. I'll sleep on it and let you know tomorrow. Split hairs. Split hairs. Meaning, argue over small details. Argue over small details. I don't want to split hairs, but there's a small difference between the two options. I don't want to split hairs, but there's a small difference between the two options. Turn a blind eye. Turn a blind eye. Meaning, pretend not to notice. Pretend not to notice. Managers often turn a blind eye to minor rule violations. Managers often turn a blind eye to minor rule violations. Weather the storm. Weather the storm. Meaning, survive a difficult time. Survive a difficult time. We'll weather the storm together. We'll weather the storm together. Dig your heels in. Dig your heels in. Meaning, refuse to change your position. Refuse to change your position. If you dig your heels in, we'll never reach an agreement. If you dig your heels in, we'll never reach an agreement. Cut ties. Cut ties. Meaning, end a relationship. End a relationship. He decided to cut ties with the company. He decided to cut ties with the company. Eat your words. Eat your words. Meaning, admit you were wrong. Admit you were wrong. He had to eat his words after the mistake. He had to eat his words after the mistake. Face the facts. Face the facts. Meaning, accept reality. Accept reality. We need to face the facts. We're out of time. We need to face the facts. We're out of time. Keep a straight face. Keep a straight face. Meaning, not laugh. Not laugh. It was hard to keep a straight face during the joke. It was hard to keep a straight face during the joke. Let your hair down. Let your hair down. Meaning, relax and enjoy yourself. Relax and enjoy yourself. It's the weekend. Time to let your hair down. It's the weekend. Time to let your hair down. Make a mountain out of a molehill. Make a mountain out of a molehill. Meaning, overreact. Overreact. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. It's a tiny issue. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. It's a tiny issue. Turn the tables. Turn the tables. Meaning, reverse a situation. Reverse a situation. If we stay focused, we can turn the tables and win this match. If we stay focused, we can turn the tables and win this match. Fly off the handle. Fly off the handle. Meaning, lose your temper suddenly. Lose your temper suddenly. I try not to fly off the handle, even when I'm really frustrated. I try not to fly off the handle, even when I'm really frustrated. Pull the plug. Pull the plug. Meaning, stop or end something. Stop or end something. If the project doesn't show results soon, they might pull the plug on it. If the project doesn't show results soon, they might pull the plug on it. Play second fiddle. Play second fiddle. Meaning, to be less important than someone else. To be less important than someone else. I refuse to play second fiddle to someone with less experience than me. I refuse to play second fiddle to someone with less experience than me. Open a can of worms. Open a can of worms. Meaning, start something that causes trouble. Start something that causes trouble. Asking about that will open a can of worms. Asking about that will open a can of worms. Show your true colours. Show your true colours. Meaning, reveal your real character. Reveal your real character. Don't pretend to be nice. Just show your true colours from the start. Don't pretend to be nice. Just show your true colours from the start. Burst your bubble. Burst your bubble. Meaning, disappoint someone by proving something untrue. Disappoint someone by proving something untrue. I hate to burst your bubble, but that's not how it works. I hate to burst your bubble, but that's not how it works. Wipe the slate clean. Wipe the slate clean. Meaning, forgive and start over. Forgive and start over. Let's wipe the slate clean and move forward. Let's wipe the slate clean and move forward. I'm deciding whether to cook dinner at home or order takeaway tonight. I'm deciding whether to cook dinner at home or order takeaway tonight. I'm deciding which book to start reading after I finish this one. I'm deciding which book to start reading after I finish this one. I'm deciding what colour to paint the walls in the living room. I'm deciding what colour to paint the walls in the living room. I'm deciding whether to go out with friends or stay in and rest. I'm deciding whether to go out with friends or stay in and rest. I'm deciding which pair of shoes will match this outfit best. I'm deciding which pair of shoes will match this outfit best. I'm deciding how much money to save each month for my holiday. I'm deciding how much money to save each month for my holiday. I'm deciding whether to apply for that new job I saw advertised. I'm deciding whether to apply for that new job I saw advertised. I'm deciding what time I should leave the house to catch the train. I'm deciding what time I should leave the house to catch the train. I'm deciding whether to buy a new phone now or wait for the sale. I'm deciding whether to buy a new phone now or wait for the sale. I'm deciding which film to watch tonight with my family. I'm deciding which film to watch tonight with my family. I'm deciding whether to sign up for the gym near my office. I'm deciding whether to sign up for the gym near my office. I'm deciding what to cook for dinner that everyone will enjoy. I'm deciding what to cook for dinner that everyone will enjoy. I'm deciding whether to take my umbrella since the weather looks uncertain. I'm deciding whether to take my umbrella since the weather looks uncertain. I'm deciding which present would be perfect for my best friend's birthday. I'm deciding which present would be perfect for my best friend's birthday. I'm deciding whether to book a holiday in the city or by the beach. I'm deciding whether to book a holiday in the city or by the beach. I'm deciding what to wear to the party this weekend. I'm deciding what to wear to the party this weekend.
I'm deciding whether to take the bus or walk to work today. I'm deciding whether to take the bus or walk to work today. I'm deciding which laptop is better value for money. I'm deciding which laptop is better value for money. I'm deciding whether to join the English class online or in person. I'm deciding whether to join the English class online or in person. I'm deciding what kind of coffee I feel like drinking this morning. I'm deciding what kind of coffee I feel like drinking this morning. I'm deciding whether to go to bed early or stay up a little longer. I'm deciding whether to go to bed early or stay up a little longer. I'm deciding which subject to focus on for my evening study session. I'm deciding which subject to focus on for my evening study session. I'm deciding whether to try a new restaurant or stick to my favourite one. I'm deciding whether to try a new restaurant or stick to my favourite one. I'm deciding what playlist to listen to while I work. I'm deciding what playlist to listen to while I work. I'm deciding whether to start exercising before breakfast or after work. I'm deciding whether to start exercising before breakfast or after work. I'm deciding which hairstyle might look good for the wedding. I'm deciding which hairstyle might look good for the wedding. I'm deciding whether to visit my parents this weekend or the next. I'm deciding whether to visit my parents this weekend or the next. I'm deciding what snacks to bring for the long train journey. I'm deciding what snacks to bring for the long train journey. I'm deciding whether to buy tickets in advance or wait until the day. I'm deciding whether to buy tickets in advance or wait until the day. I'm deciding which photo to post on social media later. I'm deciding which photo to post on social media later. I'm expecting an important phone call from my manager this afternoon. I'm expecting an important phone call from my manager this afternoon. I'm expecting a delivery from the supermarket later today. I'm expecting a delivery from the supermarket later today. I'm expecting my best friend to arrive at my house around 6 o'clock. I'm expecting my best friend to arrive at my house around 6 o'clock. I'm expecting an email confirmation for the hotel booking I just made. I'm expecting an email confirmation for the hotel booking I just made. I'm expecting the train to be delayed because of the bad weather. I'm expecting the train to be delayed because of the bad weather. I'm expecting a package with the shoes I ordered online. I'm expecting a package with the shoes I ordered online. I'm expecting my parents to call me once they land safely. I'm expecting my parents to call me once they land safely. I'm expecting good news about the results of my exam. I'm expecting good news about the results of my exam. I'm expecting the meeting to last at least an hour. I'm expecting the meeting to last at least an hour. I'm expecting my guests to come hungry, so I'm cooking extra food. I'm expecting my guests to come hungry, so I'm cooking extra food. I'm expecting a message from the doctor with my test results. I'm expecting a message from the doctor with my test results. I'm expecting my colleague to help me finish the report. I'm expecting my colleague to help me finish the report. I'm expecting the traffic to be heavy during the rush hour. I'm expecting the traffic to be heavy during the rush hour. I'm expecting a refund from the shop after returning the jacket. I'm expecting a refund from the shop after returning the jacket. I'm expecting my brother to pick me up from the station. I'm expecting my brother to pick me up from the station. I'm expecting the concert tickets to sell out very quickly. I'm expecting the concert tickets to sell out very quickly. I'm expecting a busy day tomorrow with lots of appointments. I'm expecting a busy day tomorrow with lots of appointments. I'm expecting my neighbour to water the plants while I'm away. I'm expecting my neighbour to water the plants while I'm away. I'm expecting the children to be tired after their school trip. I'm expecting the children to be tired after their school trip. I'm expecting the weather to be sunny over the weekend. I'm expecting the weather to be sunny over the weekend. I'm expecting the plumber to arrive and fix the leak this morning. I'm expecting the plumber to arrive and fix the leak this morning. I'm expecting a promotion at work after all my hard effort. I'm expecting a promotion at work after all my hard effort. I'm expecting my cousin to stay with us for a few days. I'm expecting my cousin to stay with us for a few days. I'm expecting my package to arrive earlier than they promised. I'm expecting my package to arrive earlier than they promised. I'm expecting the teacher to explain the homework more clearly. I'm expecting the teacher to explain the homework more clearly. I'm expecting the restaurant to be crowded on Saturday night. I'm expecting the restaurant to be crowded on Saturday night. I'm expecting my favourite team
to win the match tonight. I'm expecting my favourite team to win the match tonight. I'm expecting the new cafe in town to be really popular. I'm expecting the new cafe in town to be really popular. I'm expecting a reminder text about my dentist appointment. I'm expecting a reminder text about my dentist appointment. I'm expecting a call from the bank regarding my application. I'm expecting a call from the bank regarding my application. I'm predicting the weather will change quickly later this afternoon. I'm predicting the weather will change quickly later this afternoon. I'm predicting my team will win the football match tonight. I'm predicting my team will win the football match tonight. I'm predicting the film will become very popular after its release. I'm predicting the film will become very popular after its release. I'm predicting house prices will rise in this area next year. I'm predicting house prices will rise in this area next year. I'm predicting she will get the highest grade in the exam. I'm predicting she will get the highest grade in the exam. I'm predicting the train will be late because of the heavy rain. I'm predicting the train will be late because of the heavy rain. I'm predicting the new restaurant will be successful in the city. I'm predicting the new restaurant will be successful in the city. I'm predicting he will find a new job sooner than expected. I'm predicting he will find a new job sooner than expected. I'm predicting the concert tickets will sell out in minutes. I'm predicting the concert tickets will sell out in minutes. I'm predicting the shops will be crowded during the holiday season. I'm predicting the shops will be crowded during the holiday season. I'm predicting they will choose the blue design over the red one. I'm predicting they will choose the blue design over the red one. I'm predicting my favourite actor will win an award this year. I'm predicting my favourite actor will win an award this year. I'm predicting the company will expand to other countries soon. I'm predicting the company will expand to other countries soon. I'm predicting her presentation will impress the whole team. I'm predicting her presentation will impress the whole team. I'm predicting there will be a lot of traffic this morning. I'm predicting there will be a lot of traffic this morning. I'm predicting the film will win several international prizes. I'm predicting the film will win several international prizes. I'm predicting technology will change the way we work in the future. I'm predicting technology will change the way we work in the future. I'm predicting he will arrive late
because he always misses the bus. I'm predicting he will arrive late because he always misses the bus. I'm predicting my favourite singer will release a new album soon. I'm predicting my favourite singer will release a new album soon. I'm predicting the shop will offer big discounts next month. I'm predicting the shop will offer big discounts next month. I'm predicting we will run out of milk before the weekend. I'm predicting we will run out of milk before the weekend. I'm predicting the project will finish earlier than the deadline. I'm predicting the project will finish earlier than the deadline. I'm predicting her idea will be chosen for the final plan. I'm predicting her idea will be chosen for the final plan. I'm predicting the weather will be perfect for the picnic. I'm predicting the weather will be perfect for the picnic. I'm predicting they will get married before the end of the year. I'm predicting they will get married before the end of the year. I'm predicting the cafe will become the most popular in town. I'm predicting the cafe will become the most popular in town. I'm predicting we will need more chairs for the party guests. I'm predicting we will need more chairs for the party guests. I'm predicting the new phone model will be very expensive. I'm predicting the new phone model will be very expensive. I'm predicting the play will get excellent reviews in the newspaper. I'm predicting the play will get excellent reviews in the newspaper. I'm predicting the dog will bark as soon as the doorbell rings. I'm predicting the dog will bark as soon as the doorbell rings. I'm willing to help you move house if you need an extra hand. I'm willing to help you move house if you need an extra hand. I'm willing to work overtime this week to finish the project. I'm willing to work overtime this week to finish the project. I'm willing to share my notes with anyone who missed the class. I'm willing to share my notes with anyone who missed the class. I'm willing to wait a little longer for the bus to arrive. I'm willing to wait a little longer for the bus to arrive. I'm willing to travel abroad for the right job opportunity. I'm willing to travel abroad for the right job opportunity. I'm willing to listen carefully to both sides of the argument. I'm willing to listen carefully to both sides of the argument. I'm willing to change my plans if it makes things easier for you. I'm willing to change my plans if it makes things easier for you. I'm willing to invest more time in studying to improve my English. I'm willing to invest more time in studying to improve my English. I'm willing to take the risk because the reward seems worth it. I'm willing to take the risk because the reward seems worth it. I'm willing to try new foods even if I don't know what they are. I'm willing to try new foods even if I don't know what they are. I'm willing to lend you some money until your payday. I'm willing to lend you some money until your payday. I'm willing to accept constructive criticism to improve my work. I'm willing to accept constructive criticism to improve my work. I'm willing to volunteer at the event if they need extra support. I'm willing to volunteer at the event if they need extra support. I'm willing to wake up earlier so I can exercise in the morning. I'm willing to wake up earlier so I can exercise in the morning. I'm willing to drive you to the airport if your taxi doesn't arrive. I'm willing to drive you to the airport if your taxi doesn't arrive. I'm willing to compromise so we can reach an agreement. I'm willing to compromise so we can reach an agreement. I'm willing to take responsibility for the mistake I made. I'm willing to take responsibility for the mistake I made. I'm willing to help explain the homework if someone is confused. I'm willing to help explain the homework if someone is confused. I'm willing to stand in line because I really want those tickets. I'm willing to stand in line because I really want those tickets. I'm willing to change my routine to make life healthier. I'm willing to change my routine to make life healthier. I'm willing to forgive and move on from the argument we had. I'm willing to forgive and move on from the argument we had. I'm willing to teach you how to use the software step by step. I'm willing to teach you how to use the software step by step. I'm willing to stay late tonight so the work is completed. I'm willing to stay late tonight so the work is completed. I'm willing to try again even though I failed the first time. I'm willing to try again even though I failed the first time. I'm willing to spend more money on something that will last longer. I'm willing to spend more money on something that will last longer. I'm willing to meet halfway so we both feel comfortable. I'm willing to meet halfway so we both feel comfortable. I'm willing to admit that I was wrong in that situation. I'm willing to admit that I was wrong in that situation. I'm willing to study hard if it means passing the exam. I'm willing to study hard if it means passing the exam. I'm willing to take part in the competition just for the experience. I'm willing to take part in the competition just for the experience. I'm willing to put in the effort because I know it will pay off. I'm willing to put in the effort because I know it will pay off. Ask for. Ask for. Meaning to request something. To request something. I always ask for oat milk in my coffee. I always ask for oat milk in my coffee. Wait for. Wait for. Meaning to stay until something arrives. To stay until something arrives. I wait for my order near the counter. I wait for my order near the counter. Sit down. Sit down. Meaning to take a seat. To take a seat. Let's sit down at the table by the window. Let's sit down at the table by the window. Stand up. Stand up. Meaning to rise to a standing position. To rise to a standing position. I stand up to collect my drink when my name is called. I stand up to collect my drink when my name is called. Look at. Look at. Meaning to direct your eyes towards something. To direct your eyes towards something. I look at the menu before choosing a coffee. I look at the menu before choosing a coffee. Point out. Point out. Meaning to indicate something clearly. To indicate something clearly. I point out the mistake on the bill to the waiter. I point out the mistake on the bill to the waiter. Decide on. Decide on. Meaning to make a choice. To make a choice. I decide on a cappuccino instead of an espresso. I decide on a cappuccino instead of an espresso. Order in. Order in. Meaning to place an order to be consumed inside. To place an order to be consumed inside. I order in because I want to relax at the cafe. I order in because I want to relax at the cafe. Order out. Order out. Meaning to place an order to take away. To place an order to take away. They order out so they can drink coffee at the office. They order out so they can drink coffee at the office. Fill in. Fill in. Meaning to write required information. To write required information. I fill in the loyalty card with my details. I fill in the loyalty card with my details. Pay for. Pay for. Meaning to give money in exchange for something. To give money in exchange for something. I pay for my drink at the counter. I pay for my drink at the counter. Add up. Add up, meaning to calculate the total. To calculate the total. I add up the total cost before paying at the counter. I add up the total cost before paying at the counter. Hand over. Hand over, meaning to give something to someone. To give something to someone. I hand over my debit card to pay. I hand over my debit card to pay. Hand back. Hand back, meaning to return something to someone. To return something to someone. I hand back the change to the customer after the payment. I hand back the change to the customer after the payment. Cut off. Cut off, meaning to stop suddenly. To stop suddenly. The barista cut off the Wi-Fi after the shop closed. The barista cut off the Wi-Fi after the shop closed. Check out. Check out, meaning to pay for items before leaving. To pay for items before leaving. I check out at the till before sitting down. I check out at the till before sitting down. Look for. Look for, meaning to try to find something. To try to find something. I look for a free table near the window. I look for a free table near the window. Pick out. Pick out, meaning to choose something carefully. To choose something carefully. I pick out a fresh croissant from the display case. I pick out a fresh croissant from the display case. Pick up. Pick up, meaning to collect something. To collect something. I pick up my order when they call my name. I pick up my order when they call my name. Run out of. Run out of, meaning to have no more left. To have no more left. They run out of muffins before lunchtime every day. They run out of muffins before lunchtime every day. Write down. Write down, meaning to record in writing. To record in writing. I write down my friend's order so I don't forget. I write down my friend's order so I don't forget. Note down. Note down, meaning to take a quick note. To take a quick note. I note down the Wi-Fi password from the board. I note down the Wi-Fi password from the board. Call out. Call out, meaning to announce loudly. To announce loudly. The baristas usually call out the orders loudly so customers can hear. The baristas usually call out the orders loudly so customers can hear. Warm up. Warm up, meaning to heat something. To heat something. They warm up the croissant in the oven. They warm up the croissant in the oven. Cool down, cool down, meaning to let something become less hot. To let something become less hot. I let my tea cool down before drinking it. I let my tea cool down before drinking it. Mix up, meaning to confuse two things. To confuse two things. They sometimes mix up the drinks when the shop is busy. They sometimes mix up the drinks when the shop is busy. Sort out, meaning to solve a problem. To solve a problem. They sort out the order quickly after the mistake. They sort out the order quickly after the mistake. Ask around, meaning to ask several people for information. To ask several people for information. I ask around to see if anyone is using that chair. I ask around to see if anyone is using that chair. Help out, meaning to assist someone. To assist someone. I help out by carrying the tray to the table. I help out by carrying the tray to the table. Clean up, meaning to tidy and remove dirt. To tidy and remove dirt. The staff clean up the tables after customers leave. The staff clean up the tables after customers leave. Wipe down, meaning to clean a surface thoroughly. To clean a surface thoroughly. I wipe down the table before sitting. I wipe down the table before sitting. Throw away, meaning to put something in the bin. To put something in the bin. I throw away the empty cup when I finish. I throw away the empty cup when I finish. Take away, meaning to remove something or order food to go. To remove something or order food to go. I take away a sandwich for my lunch. I take away a sandwich for my lunch. Take out, meaning to remove something from a place. To remove something from a place. I take out my laptop to do some work. I take out my laptop to do some work. Put away, meaning to return something to its proper place. To return something to its proper place. I put away my phone when my coffee arrives. I put away my phone when my coffee arrives. Put down, meaning to place something on a surface. To place something on a surface. I put down my bag on the chair. I put down my bag on the chair. Put on, meaning to start operating something. To start operating something. They put on the coffee machine in the morning. They put on the coffee machine in the morning. Put out. Put out. Meaning to extinguish or stop. To extinguish or stop. I put out the candle on the table. I put out the candle on the table. Come in. Come in. Meaning to enter a place. To enter a place. I come in every morning for my usual coffee. I come in every morning for my usual coffee. Come over. Come over. Meaning to approach someone. To approach someone. Friends come over to my table while I drink my coffee. Friends come over to my table while I drink my coffee. Come back. Come back. Meaning to return to a place. To return to a place. I always come back to this cafe because I love it. I always come back to this cafe because I love it. Go out. Go out. Meaning to leave home for entertainment. To leave home for entertainment. We go out for coffee after work. We go out for coffee after work. Go back. Go back. Meaning to return to a place. To return to a place. I go back to the counter for a refill. I go back to the counter for a refill. Check in. Check in. Meaning to confirm arrival. To confirm arrival. I check in with my friend when I arrive. I check in with my friend when I arrive. Drop by. Drop by. Meaning to visit briefly. To visit briefly. I drop by the coffee shop on my way home. I drop by the coffee shop on my way home. Drop off. Drop off. Meaning to deliver someone or something. To deliver someone or something. I drop off a cake for my friend at the cafe. I drop off a cake for my friend at the cafe. Hang out. Hang out. Meaning to spend time socially. To spend time socially. We hang out at the coffee shop every Saturday. We hang out at the coffee shop every Saturday. Chat up. Chat up. Meaning to talk to someone in a friendly or flirty way. To talk to someone in a friendly or flirty way. He likes to chat up the barista when he orders his coffee. He likes to chat up the barista when he orders his coffee. Meet up. Meet up. Meaning to arrange to meet someone. To arrange to meet someone. I meet up with my friend for coffee. I meet up with my friend for coffee. Catch up. Catch up. Meaning to talk after not seeing someone for a while. To talk after not seeing someone for a while. We catch up over coffee and cake. We catch up over coffee and cake.
Substantiate a claim. Substantiate a claim. Meaning, provide evidence to prove a statement. Provide evidence to prove a statement. If you make an accusation, you need to substantiate a claim with evidence. If you make an accusation, you need to substantiate a claim with evidence. Refute an allegation. Refute an allegation. Meaning, show an accusation is false. Show an accusation is false. The spokesperson steps forward to refute an allegation made by the press. The spokesperson steps forward to refute an allegation made by the press. Undermine credibility. Undermine credibility. Meaning, weaken how trustworthy something seems. Weaken how trustworthy something seems. Inconsistent statements can undermine credibility in an argument. Inconsistent statements can undermine credibility in an argument. Dismiss the premise. Dismiss the premise. Meaning, reject the basic idea the argument is built on. Reject the basic idea the argument is built on. He stands up to dismiss the premise entirely. He stands up to dismiss the premise entirely. Draw a distinction. Draw a distinction. Meaning, show an important difference between things. Show an important difference between things. We must draw a distinction between options and verified facts. We must draw a distinction between options and verified facts. Challenge the validity. Challenge the validity. Meaning, question whether something is logically or factually sound. Question whether something is logically or factually sound. Several scientists start to challenge the validity of the report. Several scientists start to challenge the validity of the report. Misrepresent the facts. Misrepresent the facts. Meaning, present information in a false or misleading way. Present information in a false or misleading way. The headline appears to misrepresent the facts to create drama. The headline appears to misrepresent the facts to create drama. Offer a rebuttal. Offer a rebuttal. Meaning, present reasons against a point that was made. Present reasons against a point that was made. She calmly stands to offer a rebuttal to the accusation. She calmly stands to offer a rebuttal to the accusation. Weigh the evidence. Weigh the evidence. Meaning, judge how strong the proof is overall. Judge how strong the proof is overall. The committee needs more time to weigh the evidence. The committee needs more time to weigh the evidence. Reach an impasse. Reach an impasse. Meaning, arrive at a deadlock with no progress possible. Arrive at a deadlock with no progress possible. Negotiations reach an impasse with neither side willing to change. Negotiations reach an impasse with neither side willing to change. Construct a persuasive argument. Construct a persuasive argument. Meaning, build a convincing line of reasoning. Build a convincing line of reasoning. Students learn how to construct a persuasive argument in essays. Students learn how to construct a persuasive argument in essays. Appeal to emotion. Appeal to emotion. Meaning, attempt to persuade by triggering feelings, not logic. Attempt to persuade by triggering feelings, not logic. Politicians often appeal to emotion rather than logic. Politicians often appeal to emotion rather than logic. Defend a viewpoint. Defend a viewpoint. Meaning, support your opinion when it's attacked. Support your opinion when it's attacked. Even under pressure, he tries to defend a viewpoint logically. Even under pressure, he tries to defend a viewpoint logically. Contradict the narrative. Contradict the narrative. Meaning, go against the commonly told version of events. Go against the commonly told version of events. New facts begin to contradict the narrative presented online. New facts begin to contradict the narrative presented online. Assert authority. Assert authority. Meaning, state your expertise or right to be believed. State your expertise or right to be believed. Experts assert authority by citing reliable research. Experts assert authority by citing reliable research. Back up a conclusion. Back up a conclusion. Meaning, support your final judgment with proof. Support your final judgment with proof. You must back up a conclusion with data, not guesses. You must back up a conclusion with data, not guesses. Offer a counter-narrative. Offer a counter-narrative. Meaning, provide a competing explanation of events. Provide a competing explanation of events. Several experts appear to offer a counter-narrative to the official story. Several experts appear to offer a counter-narrative to the official story. Adopt a position. Adopt a position. Meaning, take and hold a clear stance on an issue. Take and hold a clear stance on an issue. Scholars adopt a position based on evidence, not opinion. Scholars adopt a position based on evidence, not opinion. Reach a logical inference. reach a logical inference, meaning arrive at a reasoned reduction from facts. Arrive at a reasoned reduction from facts. From the results, we can reach a logical inference. From the results, we can reach a logical inference. Pose a counter question. Pose a counter question, meaning respond with a question that challenges the premise. Respond with a question that challenges the premise. Instead of answering, he decides to pose a counter question. Instead of answering, he decides to pose a counter question. Challenge the assumption. Challenge the assumption, meaning question a belief taken for granted. Question a belief taken for granted. The new theory starts to challenge the assumption about behaviour. The new theory starts to challenge the assumption about behaviour. Draw a parallel. Draw a parallel, meaning point out a meaningful similarity. Point out a meaningful similarity. It is useful to draw a parallel between history and modern politics. It is useful to draw a parallel between history and modern politics. Invalidate the argument. Invalidate the argument, meaning make the reasoning no longer acceptable. Make the reasoning no longer acceptable. One missing detail can invalidate the argument completely. One missing detail can invalidate the argument completely. Provide corroborating evidence. Provide corroborating evidence, meaning give supporting proof from another source. Give supporting proof from another source. 3 witnesses provide corroborating evidence. 3 witnesses provide corroborating evidence. Analyze the implications. Analyze the implications, meaning examine likely consequences or effects. Examine likely consequences or effects. Before voting, we must analyze the implications of the change. Before voting, we must analyze the implications of the change. Reach a reasonable compromise. Reach a reasonable compromise, meaning find a fair middle ground agreement. Find a fair middle ground agreement. After hours of debate, they reach a reasonable compromise. After hours of debate, they reach a reasonable compromise. Grant the possibility. Grant the possibility, meaning accept that something might be true. Accept that something might be true. After seeing the evidence, he finally decides to grant the possibility that he might be wrong. After seeing the evidence, he finally decides to grant the possibility that he might be wrong. Deliver a sharp criticism. Deliver a sharp criticism, meaning express strong, direct disapproval. Express strong, direct disapproval. Journalists deliver a sharp criticism of the policy. Journalists deliver a sharp criticism of the policy. Offer a compelling reason. Offer a compelling reason. Meaning, present a strong, persuasive justification. Present a strong, persuasive justification. She tries to offer a compelling reason to delay the decision. She tries to offer a compelling reason to delay the decision. Dismiss a counter-argument. Dismiss a counter-argument. Meaning, reject an opposing point, often too quickly. Reject an opposing point, often too quickly. He tries to dismiss a counter-argument without addressing it properly. He tries to dismiss a counter-argument without addressing it properly. Interpret the data. Interpret the data. Meaning, explain what the numbers or facts mean. Explain what the numbers or facts mean. Experts interpret the data differently, causing disagreement. Experts interpret the data differently, causing disagreement. Cast doubt on. Cast doubt on. Meaning, make people uncertain about it. Make people uncertain about it. Several inconsistencies cast doubt on the witness's story. Several inconsistencies cast doubt on the witness's story. Take issue with. Take issue with. Meaning, disagree with it firmly. Disagree with it firmly. I have to take issue with your conclusion. I have to take issue with your conclusion. Reach a broader audience. Reach a broader audience. Meaning, communicate effectively to more people. Communicate effectively to more people. Clear arguments reach a broader audience than emotional shouting. Clear arguments reach a broader audience than emotional shouting. Reinforce an opinion. Reinforce an opinion. Meaning, strengthen a belief someone already holds. Strengthen a belief someone already holds. The results reinforce an opinion held for decades. The results reinforce an opinion held for decades. Offer constructive criticism. Offer constructive criticism. Meaning, give helpful, improvement-focused feedback. Give helpful, improvement-focused feedback. She tries to offer constructive criticism instead of insults. She tries to offer constructive criticism instead of insults. Address the controversy. Address the controversy. Meaning, deal with public disagreement directly. Deal with public disagreement directly. The minister appears on TV to address the controversy. The minister appears on TV to address the controversy. Shape public perception. Shape public perception. Meaning, influence how the public sees an issue. Influence how the public sees an issue. Media headlines shape public perception quickly. Media headlines shape public perception quickly. Debunk a myth. Debunk a myth. Meaning, prove that a widely held belief is false. Prove that a widely held belief is false. Scientists step forward to debunk a myth. Scientists step forward to debunk a myth. Investigate the claim. Investigate the claim. Meaning, examine whether a statement is true. Examine whether a statement is true. Before we believe it, we should investigate the claim. Before we believe it, we should investigate the claim. Rebut an accusation. Rebut an accusation. Meaning, argue against a charge with evidence. Argue against a charge with evidence. He calmly stands to rebut an accusation with facts. He calmly stands to rebut an accusation with facts. Impose a narrative. Impose a narrative. Meaning, push a particular story as the accepted truth. Push a particular story as the accepted truth. Some groups try to impose a narrative that isn't true. Some groups try to impose a narrative that isn't true. Generate polarized opinions. Generate polarized opinions. Meaning, cause people to split into opposing camps. Cause people to split into opposing camps. The topic starts to generate polarized opinions online. The topic starts to generate polarized opinions online. Justify a stance. Justify a stance. Meaning, give reasons for your position. Give reasons for your position. He struggles to justify a stance with any real logic. He struggles to justify a stance with any real logic. Acknowledge bias. Acknowledge bias. Meaning, accept that partiality may affect judgment. Accept that partiality may affect judgment. We must acknowledge bias before analysing the data. We must acknowledge bias before analysing the data. Contest the conclusion. Contest the conclusion. Meaning, dispute the final judgment reached. Dispute the final judgment reached. Experts contest the conclusion made by the government. Experts contest the conclusion made by the government. Present compelling evidence. Present compelling evidence. Meaning, show proof that is strong and convincing. Show proof that is strong and convincing. Two studies present compelling evidence for the theory. Two studies present compelling evidence for the theory. Remain open-minded. Remain open-minded. Meaning, keep willingness to consider other views. Keep willingness to consider other views. Even in heated arguments, try to remain open-minded. Even in heated arguments, try to remain open-minded. Offer a balanced perspective. Offer a balanced perspective, meaning present fair coverage of different sides. Present fair coverage of different sides. The journalist tries to offer a balanced perspective. The journalist tries to offer a balanced perspective. Concede the point. Concede the point, meaning admit the other side is right on a specific detail. Admit the other side is right on a specific detail. After hearing the evidence, he has to concede the point. After hearing the evidence, he has to concede the point. I need to charge my phone before it turns off again. I need to charge my phone before it turns off again. My screen keeps freezing every time I open that app. My screen keeps freezing every time I open that app. I accidentally swiped away the notification and now I can't find it. I accidentally swiped away the notification and now I can't find it. My phone won't recognize my face this morning. My phone won't recognize my face this morning. I pressed the power button, but nothing happened. I pressed the power button, but nothing happened. I'm running out of storage, so I need to delete some videos. I'm running out of storage, so I need to delete some videos. My battery drains way too fast when I'm outside. My battery drains way too fast when I'm outside. I keep missing calls because my phone is always on silent. I keep missing calls because my phone is always on silent. The keyboard suddenly changed and now I can't type properly. The keyboard suddenly changed and now I can't type properly. I downloaded an app, but I have no idea where it went. I downloaded an app, but I have no idea where it went. My phone overheats whenever I try to record videos. My phone overheats whenever I try to record videos. I took a photo, but it came out completely blurry. I took a photo, but it came out completely blurry. I accidentally sent the message before finishing it. I accidentally sent the message before finishing it. My phone restarts on its own sometimes, which is annoying. My phone restarts on its own sometimes, which is annoying. I can't unlock my phone because I forgot the pattern. I can't unlock my phone because I forgot the pattern. My laptop is taking ages to start up today. My laptop is taking ages to start up today. I need to clear my desktop. It's way too cluttered. I need to clear my desktop. It's way too cluttered. The cursor keeps jumping around while I'm typing. The cursor keeps jumping around while I'm typing. I saved the file, but now I can't remember where I put it. I saved the file,
but now I can't remember where I put it. My computer fan is so loud it sounds like it might take off. My computer fan is so loud it sounds like it might take off. The browser keeps crashing whenever I open too many tabs. The browser keeps crashing whenever I open too many tabs. I spilt water on my keyboard, so a few keys don't work. I spilt water on my keyboard, so a few keys don't work. My laptop shuts down randomly when it gets too hot. My laptop shuts down randomly when it gets too hot. I tried to install the software, but the installation failed. I tried to install the software, but the installation failed. The screen keeps flickering, and I don't know why. The screen keeps flickering, and I don't know why. I can't log in because it says my password is incorrect. I can't log in because it says my password is incorrect. The update is stuck at 99% and it won't move. The update is stuck at 99% and it won't move. I need to free up space because my storage is almost full. I need to free up space because my storage is almost full. My mouse stopped working, so I'm using the touchpad for now. My mouse stopped working, so I'm using the touchpad for now. I can't hear anything. I think my speakers are broken. I can't hear anything. I think my speakers are broken. The Wi-Fi keeps dropping every few minutes. The Wi-Fi keeps dropping every few minutes. My internet is so slow that even loading a page feels painful. My internet is so slow that even loading a page feels painful. I forgot the Wi-Fi password again. Can you send it to me? I forgot the Wi-Fi password again. Can you send it to me? I'm connected, but nothing is loading. I'm connected, but nothing is loading. The website won't open, even though everything else works. The website won't open, even though everything else works. I restarted the router, but it didn't help. I restarted the router, but it didn't help. My phone connects fine, but my laptop refuses to. My phone connects fine, but my laptop refuses to. The signal is weak at the back of the house. The signal is weak at the back of the house. I can't join the meeting because my internet is unstable. I can't join the meeting because my internet is unstable. The video keeps buffering, which is driving me mad. The video keeps buffering, which is driving me mad. I reached my data limit, so everything slowed down. I reached my data limit, so everything slowed down. The page keeps refreshing on its own. The page keeps refreshing on its own. My browser says the connection isn't secure. My browser says the connection isn't secure. The file won't upload. The bar just stops halfway. The file won't upload. The bar just stops halfway. I finally got full signal after moving closer to the router. I finally got full signal after moving closer to the router. I posted it and it got likes immediately. I posted it and it got likes immediately. I keep getting the same notification twice. I keep getting the same notification twice. I messaged him, but he hasn't read it yet. I messaged him, but he hasn't read it yet. I typed a comment, but then I deleted it last second. I typed a comment, but then I deleted it last second. My feed is full of the same videos today. My feed is full of the same videos today. I keep forgetting to reply to people. I keep forgetting to reply to people. I accidentally reacted with the wrong emoji. I accidentally reacted with the wrong emoji. The app logged me out and now won't let me back in. The app logged me out and now won't let me back in. I took a selfie, but the lighting was awful. I took a selfie, but the lighting was awful. I shared the post, but it didn't show up on my profile. I shared the post, but it didn't show up on my profile. I muted the group because it was too noisy. I muted the group because it was too noisy. The video keeps looping even when I scroll away. The video keeps looping even when I scroll away. I tried to send a photo, but the file was too big. I tried to send a photo, but the file was too big. I can't find the message. It's buried somewhere in the chat. I can't find the message. It's buried somewhere in the chat. My story uploaded, but the audio disappeared. My story uploaded, but the audio disappeared. I restarted it and suddenly everything worked again. I restarted it and suddenly everything worked again. I checked the cable and it was barely plugged in. I checked the cable and it was barely plugged in. I updated the app because it kept glitching. I updated the app because it kept glitching. Turning it off and on actually fixed it this time. Turning it off and on actually fixed it this time. I cleared the cache and now it runs smoothly. I cleared the cache and now it runs smoothly. I uninstalled the program and reinstalled it from scratch. I uninstalled the program and reinstalled it from scratch. I switched browsers and the website finally opened. I switched browsers and the website finally opened. I reset the settings, hoping it would sort things out. I reset the settings, hoping it would sort things out. I ran the troubleshooting tool, but it didn't find anything. I ran the troubleshooting tool, but it didn't find anything. I tested it on another device
and it worked fine. I tested it on another device and it worked fine. The app kept crashing, so I sent a bug report. The app kept crashing, so I sent a bug report. I checked for updates and there were 3 waiting. I checked for updates and there were 3 waiting. I freed up some space and the lag disappeared. I freed up some space and the lag disappeared. I changed the cable and the problem went away instantly. I changed the cable and the problem went away instantly. I finally managed to fix it after trying everything. I finally managed to fix it after trying everything. The movie won't load, so I refreshed the page. The movie won't load, so I refreshed the page. The audio was out of sync with the video. The audio was out of sync with the video. I paused it for a second and the app crashed. I paused it for a second and the app crashed. The subtitles didn't match what they were saying. The subtitles didn't match what they were saying. I clicked next episode, but nothing happened. I clicked next episode, but nothing happened. The quality dropped to 144p for no reason. The quality dropped to 144p for no reason. I lost my place because it didn't save my progress. I lost my place because it didn't save my progress. I connected it to the TV, but the screen stayed black. I connected it to the TV, but the screen stayed black. The sound suddenly disappeared mid-sentence. The sound suddenly disappeared mid-sentence. It keeps asking me to sign in again. It keeps asking me to sign in again. The stream froze right at the most exciting moment. The stream froze right at the most exciting moment. I can't find the show. It's vanished from the search. I can't find the show. It's vanished from the search. It logged me out while I was watching. It logged me out while I was watching. The playlist stopped after one song. The playlist stopped after one song. The app suggested the same film 3 times today. The app suggested the same film 3 times today. I tried to send the email, but the attachment was too large. I tried to send the email, but the attachment was too large. The document won't save no matter what I do. The document won't save no matter what I do. I joined the meeting, but nobody could hear me. I joined the meeting, but nobody could hear me. My screen froze while I was sharing it. My screen froze while I was sharing it. I lost the file because I forgot to back it up. I lost the file because I forgot to back it up. I accidentally sent the email before proofreading it. I accidentally sent the email before proofreading it. My camera won't turn on during the call. My camera won't turn on during the call. The shared folder says I don't have permission. The shared folder says I don't have permission. I uploaded the wrong version of the document. I uploaded the wrong version of the document. My calendar reminders didn't go off today. My calendar reminders didn't go off today. I edited the file, but the changes didn't sync. I edited the file, but the changes didn't sync. I typed the wrong meeting ID and joined a random call. I typed the wrong meeting ID and joined a random call. I drafted the email but never actually pressed send. I drafted the email but never actually pressed send. The PDF kept opening in the wrong program. The PDF kept opening in the wrong program. I archived the message and now I can't find it. I archived the message and now I can't find it. The smart speaker misheard me and played the wrong song. The smart speaker misheard me and played the wrong song. My lights didn't turn on at sunset like they're supposed to. My lights didn't turn on at sunset like they're supposed to. The thermostat kept changing the temperature on its own. The thermostat kept changing the temperature on its own. I asked the assistant a question and it replied with nonsense. I asked the assistant a question and it replied with nonsense. The mic didn't pick up my voice from across the room. The mic didn't pick up my voice from across the room. My doorbell camera lagged when someone knocked. My doorbell camera lagged when someone knocked. The smart plug didn't switch off when I told it to. The smart plug didn't switch off when I told it to. The speaker connected, but the sound was distorted. The speaker connected, but the sound was distorted. The vacuum got stuck under the sofa again. The vacuum got stuck under the sofa again. The alarm triggered even though nobody was home. The alarm triggered even though nobody was home. I tried to rename the device, but the app wouldn't update. I tried to rename the device, but the app wouldn't update. The assistant kept saying, "Sorry, I didn't get that." The assistant kept saying, "Sorry, I didn't get that." My lights flashed randomly in the middle of the night. My lights flashed randomly in the middle of the night. I couldn't connect the new device to the network. I couldn't connect the new device to the network. The Home app says the device is offline even though it's not. The Home app says the device is offline even though it's not. I added it to my basket, but it disappeared when I checked out. I added it to my basket, but it disappeared when I checked out. My payment didn't go through the first time. My payment didn't go through the first time. I ordered it yesterday and it's already on its way. I ordered it yesterday and it's already on its way. The discount code worked, but the total didn't change. The discount code worked, but the total didn't change. I confirmed the purchase, but I never got a receipt. I confirmed the purchase, but I never got a receipt. I'm waiting for the verification text so I can continue. I'm waiting for the verification text so I can continue. The website froze right after I clicked Pay Now. The website froze right after I clicked Pay Now. I checked the delivery tracker and it hasn't moved. I checked the delivery tracker and it hasn't moved. I bought the wrong size because the chart was confusing. I bought the wrong size because the chart was confusing. The item sold out while it was still in my basket. The item sold out while it was still in my basket. I returned the product, but the refund hasn't arrived. I returned the product, but the refund hasn't arrived. I can't place the order because it won't accept my address. I can't place the order because it won't accept my address. The price changed the moment I refreshed the page. The price changed the moment I refreshed the page. I pressed back and it cleared my entire order. I pressed back and it cleared my entire order. I bought it, but now I want to cancel the order. I bought it, but now I want to cancel the order. I forgot to back up my photos again. I forgot to back up my photos again. I set a reminder, but I didn't hear the alert. I set a reminder, but I didn't hear the alert. My phone keeps suggesting apps I don't want. My phone keeps suggesting apps I don't want. I need to sort through my downloads. It's a mess. I need to sort through my downloads. It's a mess. My notifications won't stop buzzing today. My notifications won't stop buzzing today. I changed the wallpaper, but I don't like it anymore. I changed the wallpaper, but I don't like it anymore. I recorded a voice note, but it didn't save. I recorded a voice note, but it didn't save. I can't find the file I just downloaded. I can't find the file I just downloaded. My screen dimmed suddenly even though it's fully charged. My screen dimmed suddenly even though it's fully charged. I enabled dark mode and now everything looks different. I enabled dark mode and now everything looks different. My device keeps asking me to verify my identity. My device keeps asking me to verify my identity. I cleaned out old apps I never used. I cleaned out old apps I never used. The alarm didn't ring because the volume was muted. The alarm didn't ring because the volume was muted. I took a screenshot, but it didn't show in my gallery. I took a screenshot, but it didn't show in my gallery. My device is acting strange. I think it needs a restart. My device is acting strange. I think it needs a restart. With pleasure. With pleasure. I'll help you with pleasure. I'll help you with pleasure. With care. With care. Please handle this antique vase with care. Please handle this antique vase with care. With ease. With ease. She completed the exercise with ease. She completed the exercise with ease. With confidence. With confidence. He spoke to the audience with confidence. He spoke to the audience with confidence. With respect. With respect. Always treat your elders with respect. Always treat your elders with respect. With pride. With pride. She accepted the award with pride. She accepted the award with pride. With joy. With joy. He greeted his old friend with joy. He greeted his old friend with joy. With sadness. With sadness. She looked back on the past with sadness. She looked back on the past with sadness. With patience. With patience. The teacher answered the questions with patience. The teacher answered the questions with patience. With honesty. With honesty. He admitted his mistake with honesty. He admitted his mistake with honesty. With courage. With courage. The firefighter acted with courage. The firefighter acted with courage. With relief. With relief. He sighed with relief after the exam. He sighed with relief after the exam. With excitement. With excitement. The kids opened the presents with excitement. The kids opened the presents with excitement. With gratitude. With gratitude. She thanked them with gratitude. She thanked them with gratitude. With curiosity. With curiosity. The child stared at the robot with curiosity. The child stared at the robot with curiosity. With hope. With hope. They faced the future with hope. They faced the future with hope. With regret. With regret. He spoke with regret about his decision. He spoke with regret about his decision. With sympathy. With sympathy.
She listened with sympathy to her friend's story. She listened with sympathy to her friend's story. With love. With love. He looked at his family with love. He looked at his family with love. With passion. With passion. She plays the piano with passion. She plays the piano with passion. With force. With force. He pushed the door open with force. He pushed the door open with force. With speed. With speed. The athlete sprinted with speed towards the finish line. The athlete sprinted with speed towards the finish line. With energy. With energy. She began the workout with energy. She began the workout with energy. With power. With power. The singer's voice filled the hall with power. The singer's voice filled the hall with power. With strength. With strength. He lifted the crate with strength. He lifted the crate with strength. With skill. With skill. The surgeon operated with skill. The surgeon operated with skill. With accuracy. With accuracy. The archer hit the target with accuracy. The archer hit the target with accuracy. With style. With style. She entered the room with style. She entered the room with style. With grace. With grace. He danced with grace and control. He danced with grace and control. With rhythm. With rhythm. The band played with rhythm and drive. The band played with rhythm and drive. With effort. With effort. They cleaned the garden with effort. They cleaned the garden with effort. With determination. With determination. She trained with determination every day. She trained with determination every day. With focus. With focus. He revised for the test with focus. He revised for the test with focus. With concentration. With concentration. She solved the puzzle with concentration. She solved the puzzle with concentration. With discipline. With discipline. He studies each morning with discipline. He studies each morning with discipline. With dedication. With dedication. The team painted the mural with dedication. The team painted the mural with dedication. With ambition. With ambition. She approached her career with ambition. She approached her career with ambition. With creativity. With creativity. He decorated the set with creativity. He decorated the set with creativity. With attention. With attention. The children listened with attention. The children listened with attention. With intention. With intention. She spoke with intention to encourage others. She spoke with intention to encourage others. With friends. With friends. He went to the park with friends. He went to the park with friends. With family. With family. She spends most weekends with family. She spends most weekends with family. With colleagues. With colleagues. They compared ideas with colleagues. They compared ideas with colleagues. With neighbours. With neighbours. We shared fresh bread with neighbours. We shared fresh bread with neighbours. With classmates. With classmates. She revised with classmates after school. She revised with classmates after school. With teammates. With teammates. He trained with teammates in the evening. He trained with teammates in the evening. With strangers. With strangers. She travelled with strangers on the bus. She travelled with strangers on the bus. With children. With children. He volunteers with children at the library. He volunteers with children at the library. With guests. With guests. They chatted with guests in the garden. They chatted with guests in the garden. With relatives. With relatives. We spent Christmas with relatives. We spent Christmas with relatives. With partners. With partners. They run the business with partners abroad. They run the business with partners abroad. With friends nearby. With friends nearby. She always feels safer with friends nearby. She always feels safer with friends nearby. With locals. With locals. He explored the village with locals as guides. He explored the village with locals as guides. With tourists. With tourists. The guide worked with tourists all summer. The guide worked with tourists all summer. With the team. With the team. He celebrated with the team after the win. He celebrated with the team after the win. With a key. With a key. He unlocked the gate with a key. He unlocked the gate with a key. With a pen. With a pen. She signed the contract with a pen. She signed the contract with a pen. With a knife. With a knife. He sliced the bread with a knife. He sliced the bread with a knife. with a spoon, with a spoon. She stirred the soup with a spoon. She stirred the soup with a spoon. With a fork, with a fork. He ate the salad with a fork. He ate the salad with a fork. With a hammer, with a hammer. The carpenter hit the nail with a hammer. The carpenter hit the nail with a hammer. With a brush, with a brush. She painted the wall with a brush. She painted the wall with a brush. With a phone, with a phone. He took the photo with a phone. He took the photo with a phone. With a camera, with a camera. She filmed the scene with a camera. She filmed the scene with a camera. With a computer, with a computer. He finished the design with a computer. He finished the design with a computer. With chalk, with chalk. She wrote on the board with chalk. She wrote on the board with chalk. With paint, with paint. They decorated the fence with paint. They decorated the fence with paint. With glue, with glue. He fixed the toy with glue. He fixed the toy with glue. With tape, with tape. She sealed the box with tape. She sealed the box with tape. With scissors, with scissors. He cut the paper with scissors. He cut the paper with scissors. With string, with string. She tied the parcel with string. She tied the parcel with string. With wood, with wood. He built the bench with wood. He built the bench with wood. With stone, with stone. They paved the path with stone. They paved the path with stone. With water, with water. She filled the bucket with water. She filled the bucket with water. With blue eyes, with blue eyes. She is the girl with blue eyes. She is the girl with blue eyes. With brown hair, with brown hair. The man with brown hair is my cousin. The man with brown hair is my cousin. With long hair, with long hair. The woman with long hair smiled at me. The woman with long hair smiled at me. With short hair, with short hair. He's the boy with short hair. He's the boy with short hair. With a smile, with a smile. She welcomed us with a smile. She welcomed us with a smile. With a beard, with a beard. The man with a beard is our teacher. The man with a beard is our teacher.
with freckles, with freckles. The girl with freckles won the prize. The girl with freckles won the prize. With glasses, with glasses. The man with glasses is the new manager. The man with glasses is the new manager. With a scar, with a scar. The soldier with a scar told his story. The soldier with a scar told his story. With a tattoo, with a tattoo. She chatted to the artist with a tattoo on his arm. She chatted to the artist with a tattoo on his arm. With red shoes, with red shoes. The woman with red shoes entered the shop. The woman with red shoes entered the shop. With a hat, with a hat. The boy with a hat waved at us. The boy with a hat waved at us. With curly hair, with curly hair. The girl with curly hair is my friend. The girl with curly hair is my friend. With dimples, with dimples. The boy with dimples laughed loudly. The boy with dimples laughed loudly. With straight teeth, with straight teeth. She's the model with straight teeth. She's the model with straight teeth. With a soft voice, with a soft voice. The woman with a soft voice asked a question. The woman with a soft voice asked a question. With a loud laugh, with a loud laugh. The man with a loud laugh walked in. The man with a loud laugh walked in. With pale skin, with pale skin. The actor with pale skin looked nervous. The actor with pale skin looked nervous. With strong arms, with strong arms. The worker with strong arms lifted the box. The worker with strong arms lifted the box. With bright eyes, with bright eyes. The baby with bright eyes smiled. The baby with bright eyes smiled. With anger, with anger. He replied with anger in his voice. He replied with anger in his voice. With fear, with fear. She entered the cave with fear. She entered the cave with fear. With shock, with shock. He stared at the news with shock. He stared at the news with shock. With surprise, with surprise. She reacted with surprise to the gift. She reacted with surprise to the gift. With laughter, with laughter. The corridor rang with laughter. The corridor rang with laughter. With sorrow, with sorrow. She spoke with sorrow about her loss. She spoke with sorrow
about her loss. With guilt, with guilt. He confessed with guilt on his face. He confessed with guilt on his face. With shame, with shame. She lowered her head with shame. She lowered her head with shame. With envy, with envy. He looked at their success with envy. He looked at their success with envy. With suspicion, with suspicion. The guard watched him with suspicion. The guard watched him with suspicion. With doubt, with doubt. He answered the question with doubt. He answered the question with doubt. With certainty, with certainty. She stated her opinion with certainty. She stated her opinion with certainty. With wonder, with wonder. The child looked at the stars with wonder. The child looked at the stars with wonder. With delight, with delight. She accepted the flowers with delight. She accepted the flowers with delight. With admiration, with admiration. He watched the athlete with admiration. He watched the athlete with admiration. With frustration, with frustration. She sighed with frustration. She sighed with frustration. With hesitation, with hesitation. He signed the form with hesitation. He signed the form with hesitation. With dignity, with dignity. He faced defeat with dignity. He faced defeat with dignity. With humour, with humour. She told the story with humour. She told the story with humour. With responsibility, with responsibility. Parents act with responsibility for their children. Parents act with responsibility for their children. With efficiency, with efficiency. The staff handled requests with efficiency. The staff handled requests with efficiency. With initiative, with initiative. She solved the issue with initiative. She solved the issue with initiative. With support, with support. They finished the project with support from the community. They finished the project with support from the community. With expertise, with expertise. The lawyer handled the case with expertise. The lawyer handled the case with expertise. With logic, with logic. He argued his point with logic. He argued his point with logic. With clarity, with clarity. She gave the instructions with clarity. She gave the instructions with clarity. With precision,
with precision. The tailor cut the fabric with precision. The tailor cut the fabric with precision. With practice. With practice. You'll improve with practice. You'll improve with practice. With experience. With experience. He solved the issue with experience. He solved the issue with experience. With ingenuity. With ingenuity. The engineer fixed the device with ingenuity. The engineer fixed the device with ingenuity. With research. With research. She supported her claim with research. She supported her claim with research. With evidence. With evidence. The detective backed his theory with evidence. The detective backed his theory with evidence. With a stroke of luck. With a stroke of luck. With a stroke of luck, we found a taxi. With a stroke of luck, we found a taxi. What does your typical morning routine look like, especially on busy weekdays? On weekdays, I usually wake up around 6:30, stretch for a few minutes, then take a quick shower before preparing a light breakfast and checking my emails before work starts. How do you usually prepare for your day the night before, if at all? I try to set out my clothes, write a quick to-do list, and pack my bag the night before so that I don't feel rushed or forget anything important in the morning. When do you usually find time to relax during the day? And what do you do? I normally take a short break after lunch, whether I either go for a walk outside or listen to music to clear my mind and refresh myself before getting back to work. How has your daily routine changed over the past few years, and why? Since working from home became more common, I've had to create a stricter schedule to separate work from personal time and avoid distractions during the day. What's one small habit you do daily that helps you stay focused or motivated? Every morning, I write down 3 small goals for the day, and crossing them off one by one gives me a great sense of progress and direction. How do you usually spend your time during the first hour after waking up? I try to avoid checking my phone immediately and instead focus on making coffee, taking a shower, and reading something inspiring before diving into work. Do you follow the same routine every day, or do you like to change things up? I prefer to stick to a basic structure during the week, but keep weekends more flexible so I can enjoy a break from strict schedules and do things spontaneously. What's your favourite part of your daily routine, and why do you enjoy it? My favourite part is the quiet time I get in the evening to read a book or reflect on the day. It's calming and helps me wind down before bed. What do you usually eat during a regular weekday, and does it vary much? I normally have toast or porridge in the morning, a simple salad or sandwich for lunch, and then cook something warm for dinner like pasta, curry, or rice dishes. How do you manage your time when you feel like there's too much to do? I usually break big tasks into smaller ones and focus on doing just one thing at a time, which helps reduce the feeling of being overwhelmed or stressed. What's something in your routine that you wish you could change or improve? I wish I didn't rely on my phone so much in the evenings. It distracts me from getting proper rest, and I want to replace it with more mindful activities. How do you stay organised with all your daily responsibilities and tasks? I use a combination of a digital calendar and a handwritten list. I check both in the morning and update them throughout the day to stay on track. What do you typically do after work to unwind or transition into evening mode? After work, I usually change clothes, make a cup of tea, and either cook something relaxing or go for a walk while listening to a podcast. Is there anything you always do on weekends that's different from weekdays? On weekends, I like to sleep in a bit longer, go out for coffee with a friend, and spend more time cleaning or organising things around the house. How do you usually balance work or school with your personal routine? I try to set clear start and finish times for work or study so I don't end up working late and can still enjoy time for myself in the evenings. What does your ideal daily routine look like if everything went perfectly? I'd wake up early, exercise for 30 minutes, enjoy a healthy breakfast, get work done efficiently, and have enough time in the evening to relax or learn something new. What's one routine you've developed recently that's helped you a lot? Recently, I started journaling for 10 minutes every night before bed, and it's helped me process my thoughts and improve the quality of my sleep. Do you prefer a structured daily plan or a more flexible routine, and why? I prefer a structured plan during the week because it keeps me productive, but I like flexibility on weekends to enjoy time without pressure. How do you deal with days when your routine is disrupted or things go wrong? I try not to stress too much. I just adjust my schedule where I can and focus on doing the most important things rather than everything at once. What's one habit you do every single day that you never skip, no matter what? No matter how busy or tired I am, I always brush my teeth and wash my face before bed. It's a small routine that signals the end of my day. What kind of job do you currently have, and what do you usually do each day? I work in customer support, so I spend most of my day answering emails, solving problems for clients, and making sure everyone feels heard and supported. How did you decide on your current career path, and was it always your goal? I originally studied marketing, but found I enjoyed helping people more, so I shifted into support and gradually built a career around communication and service. What's the most rewarding part of your job, and why does it matter to you? The best part is when a customer thanks me for making their day easier. It reminds me that what I do really helps people, even in small ways. Can you describe a difficult situation you faced at work and how you handled it? A client once got very angry about a late delivery, but I listened carefully, stayed calm, and managed to resolve the issue quickly with a clear explanation and refund. What would your ideal working day look like from start to finish? I'd start with a quiet hour to plan, followed by focused tasks in the morning, a team meeting around noon, and then creative work in the afternoon with no stress. How do you usually manage stress when your job becomes overwhelming? I take short breaks every couple of hours, go for a walk at lunch if possible, and remind myself that I can only do one thing at a time. Have you ever had a job that you didn't enjoy, and what made it difficult? Yes, I once worked in a call centre with no room for creativity, and the strict scripts made it feel robotic and exhausting by the end of each shift. What skills have you learnt at work that you didn't expect to use so often? I didn't think I'd use emotional intelligence this much, but it's crucial when talking to frustrated customers or handling misunderstandings calmly and respectfully. How do you usually stay motivated at work, even when things get repetitive? I set small challenges for myself, like finishing a task faster or helping a certain number of people, which keeps things interesting and gives me something to aim for. What advice would you give someone just starting out in your line of work? I'd tell them to be patient, ask lots of questions, and understand that experience comes with time. Mistakes are part of the process and not something to fear. Do you prefer working independently or as part of a team, and why? I enjoy working independently when I need to focus, but I also like collaborating on bigger projects where different ideas and skills come together. What's one major goal you have for your career in the next 5 years? I'd like to move into a leadership role where I can guide and mentor others, especially younger team members who are just starting out in the industry. What does a typical meeting at your workplace involve, and how long do they last? Most of our meetings are short video calls where we update each other on progress, discuss priorities, and plan the next steps together. They usually last 20 to 30 minutes. What do you usually do during your work breaks, and how do they help you? I usually step away from my desk, stretch a little, grab a snack, or just breathe deeply. It resets my mind so I can return to work more focused. Have you ever worked remotely or from home, and what was the experience like? Yes, I've been working from home for over a year now, and while it's convenient, it also takes discipline to stay productive and avoid blending work with personal time. What's the most important lesson you've learned from your current or past jobs? I've learned that communication is everything. Misunderstandings, delays, or problems often happen just because people weren't clear or didn't listen properly. How do you usually balance your workload when you have several tasks at once? I list everything in order of urgency, then tackle the hardest task first while I have the most energy, and leave easier things for later in the day. What do you think makes someone a great colleague or team member at work? A great colleague listens, helps without being asked, gives honest feedback kindly, and creates a positive environment where people feel comfortable asking for support. What's one thing you wish people understood better about your profession? I wish people realised that support work isn't just answering phones. It requires empathy, product knowledge, time management, and a lot of emotional control. If you could try any job for one day, just for the experience, what would it be? I think I'd love to try being a travel photographer for a day. It would combine creativity, exploration, and storytelling in a way that's completely different from office work. What was the most memorable holiday you've ever had, and what made it so special? My most memorable holiday was a week in Scotland where we explored the Highlands, stayed in a cosy cottage, and spent every evening by the fireplace with books and hot chocolate. If you could travel anywhere in the world tomorrow, where would you go and why? I'd probably choose Japan because I've always been fascinated by the culture, the food, and the mix of traditional temples with futuristic cities like Tokyo. What do you usually look for when choosing a place to go on holiday? I usually look for peaceful locations with beautiful scenery, good local food, and interesting cultural activities. Somewhere I can truly switch off and relax. How do you usually prepare for a trip, especially if it's to a new country? I make a packing list, check the weather, research basic customs or phrases, and plan key activities so I don't waste time once I arrive. Have you ever had any problems while travelling, and how did you deal with them? Yes, once my flight was cancelled at the last minute, but I stayed calm, spoke to the airline staff politely, and was able to get rebooked for the next day. What's your favourite way to travel? By plane, train, car, or something else? I love travelling by train because it's scenic, comfortable, and gives me time to read or simply look out the window and enjoy the journey. What do you usually pack in your bag when going away for a short holiday? I pack a few changes of clothes, travel-sized toiletries, my phone charger, a book, and a small first aid kit. Just enough to stay comfortable without overpacking. Have you ever travelled somewhere completely different from your home country? Yes, visiting Morocco felt like entering a different world. The sounds, colours, spices, and street markets were unlike anything I'd experienced before. What's the best food you've ever eaten while on holiday, and where was it? The best food I've ever had was freshly made pasta in a small Italian village. It was simple but absolutely delicious, especially with the view of the countryside. How do you usually spend your time during long flights or bus rides? I bring a book or download a few podcasts to listen to, and sometimes I write in a journal. It makes the time pass quickly and helps me relax. What's one lesson you've learned from travelling that changed your perspective? I've learned that people are kind everywhere. Even if you don't speak the same language, a smile and patience can open many doors and build trust. Do you prefer relaxing holidays or action-packed adventures, and why? I prefer a mix. I like having a few days to rest, read, or lie on the beach, but I also want to explore local sites and try something new like hiking or kayaking. What's something you always forget to bring on holiday, no matter how well you plan? I almost always forget to bring an adapter for my chargers. It's such a small thing, but when you're abroad, it becomes really important. What kind of accommodation do you usually stay in when you travel? I usually book small apartments or guest houses because they feel more personal and allow me to cook or relax without the formality of a hotel. What are your thoughts on travelling alone versus travelling with others? Travelling alone gives me freedom and space to do exactly what I want. But I also enjoy travelling with friends because we share experiences and laugh more along the way. What's one travel destination you've always dreamt of visiting but haven't yet? I've always wanted to visit New Zealand. The landscapes look stunning, and I'd love to explore both the mountains and the coastal towns in one trip. How do you usually handle language barriers when you travel to foreign countries? I try to learn a few basic phrases beforehand, use translation apps when needed, and rely on gestures, smiles, and patience to communicate respectfully. What do you usually bring back from your holidays? Souvenirs, photos, or something else? I mostly bring back photos and local snacks, but I also like to buy something small like a fridge magnet or a handmade item that reminds me of the place. What are some cultural differences you've noticed while travelling abroad? One big difference was in dining. In some countries, people eat dinner very late, while in others, meals are quiet and formal, unlike the casual style I'm used to. How has travel changed the way you view your own country or culture? Travelling has helped me appreciate things I once took for granted, like public transport, healthcare, or even certain foods. It's made me more grateful and open-minded. What steps do you usually take to stay healthy on a daily basis? I try to drink enough water, walk at least 30 minutes a day, and eat more home cooked meals instead of relying on takeaway or processed food. How do you usually deal with stress when life feels overwhelming? When I feel stressed, I take deep breaths, go for a walk outdoors, or write down what's bothering me. It helps me clear my mind and feel more in control. What kind of physical exercise do you enjoy, and how often do you do it? I enjoy cycling the most because it keeps me active without being too hard on my joints, and I try to go for a long ride twice a week if the weather allows. Have you ever made a big change in your lifestyle to improve your health? Yes, I used to stay up very late and eat a lot of junk food, but now I follow a routine that includes earlier bedtimes and regular balanced meals. How do you usually recover when you're feeling sick or under the weather? I rest as much as possible, drink warm herbal tea, take medicine if needed, and avoid screens so my body can focus on getting better quickly. What role does mental health play in your overall well-being, in your opinion? I believe mental health is just as important as physical health because how you think and feel affects everything, from your motivation to your relationships and energy levels. What's your typical sleep routine, and do you think you get enough rest? I try to go to bed around 10:30 p.m. and wake up at 6:30 a.m., which gives me about 8 hours. It helps me stay focused and improves my mood throughout the day. How do you take care of your health when you're busy or short on time? I keep healthy snacks at work, take the stairs instead of the lift, and do short 10-minute home workouts if I don't have time for a full gym session. What healthy habits did you learn growing up that you still follow today? My parents always encouraged me to eat fruit with every meal and go outside daily, and I still follow those habits because they genuinely make me feel better. How do you usually handle negative emotions like anger, sadness, or frustration? I give myself a moment to feel them fully without judgment, then talk to someone I trust, write in my journal, or do something active to release the energy. What's your opinion on using technology to support health, like fitness apps? I think fitness apps and trackers can be very helpful as long as they don't create pressure. They remind me to move more and drink enough water throughout the day. What do you usually do to boost your energy when you're feeling tired? I either take a short nap, do some light stretching, or drink a glass of cold water with lemon. It's a quick way to refresh both my body and my mind. How important is a healthy diet in your life, and what do you focus on eating? A healthy diet is a big part of my routine, and I try to include vegetables in every meal, reduce sugar, and cook most of my meals from scratch. Have you ever tried any specific health routines or trends, and did they help? I once tried intermittent fasting for a few months, and while it wasn't right for me long term, it helped me become more aware of my eating patterns and portion sizes. What advice would you give to someone who wants to live a healthier life? Start with small, realistic changes like drinking more water, getting better sleep, or walking daily, because big improvements usually come from consistent little steps. How do you feel about taking vitamins or supplements to support your health? I take a few basic supplements like vitamin D in the winter, but I think it's best to get nutrients from real food whenever possible, with supplements only filling the gaps. What's something you do regularly to take care of your mental well-being? I schedule quiet time every evening where I disconnect from work and social media. Even just 20 minutes of silence helps me stay calm and more balanced. How do you handle situations where you feel burnt out or completely exhausted? I usually take a break from everything non-essential, cancel plans if I have to, and focus on rest, good food, and getting outside. That always helps me recharge. Do you follow any routines that help you stay focused and mentally sharp? Yes, I try to avoid multitasking, keep my phone on silent while working, and take regular breaks to stretch. It keeps my mind clear and improves my concentration. What does a perfectly healthy day look like for you, from morning to night? I'd start with an early walk and a nutritious breakfast, work efficiently without stress, eat light meals, take time to relax in the evening, and go to bed peacefully by 10. How would you describe your relationship with your family, and how often do you talk? I'm really close to my family. We talk almost every day, even if it's just a quick message or call to check in and see how everyone's doing. What qualities do you value most in a close friendship, and why are they important? I value honesty, loyalty, and a good sense of humour. Friends who make you laugh and support you through tough times are the ones that really matter. Have you ever had a falling out with someone close, and how did you handle it? Yes, I once argued with a friend over a misunderstanding, but we both gave it time, apologised sincerely, and talked openly to rebuild the trust between us. How do you usually meet new people or make friends as an adult? It's not always easy, but I've met new people through hobbies, group classes, volunteering, and even by starting conversations in cafes or at community events. What do you usually do to maintain strong relationships, even when life gets busy? I set reminders to call or message people, send thoughtful notes occasionally, and try to meet up in person when possible. Even a small gesture keeps the connection strong. What's the best advice you've ever received about dealing with difficult people? Someone once told me to stay calm, listen more than I speak, and never let other people's behaviour control my emotions. It's helped me a lot in tough situations. How do you usually handle misunderstandings in conversations with others? I try to pause, ask clarifying questions, and explain my side calmly. Most problems come from poor communication, not bad intentions. What role does trust play in your relationships, and how do you build it? Trust takes time. I build it by being consistent, keeping my promises, and being there for people, especially when they're going through something difficult. How do you balance time between family, friends, and your personal space? I try to plan ahead. Weekends are for friends and family, while weekdays after work are usually for myself unless something important comes up. Have you ever helped a friend through a tough time, and how did you support them? Yes, a close friend went through a breakup, and I checked in daily, listened without judging, and reminded them of their strengths until they felt better. How do you feel about meeting new people from different cultures or backgrounds? I really enjoy it. It opens my mind, challenges my assumptions, and often leads to interesting conversations that I wouldn't have had otherwise. What's something you've learned about yourself from being in relationships? I've learned that I need time alone to recharge, and that clear communication is something I have to work on constantly. People can't read your mind. What do you usually do if you feel like someone is pulling away from the friendship? I give them a bit of space, but still check in gently. If they want to talk, I'm there, but I also try not to pressure anyone into explaining right away. What's your approach to resolving conflict when you strongly disagree with someone? I focus on listening first, avoid raising my voice, and try to find common ground. Even if we don't agree, we can still respect each other's views. Have you ever made a new friend in an unexpected place or situation? Yes, I once became friends with someone while waiting in a long queue. We just started chatting to pass the time and ended up exchanging numbers. How do you usually react when someone gives you constructive criticism? I try to listen without getting defensive, take a moment to think about it, and use it to improve if it's fair. I see it as a chance to grow, not a personal attack. What kind of person do you find it hardest to get along with, and why? I find it difficult to connect with people who constantly complain or interrupt others. I prefer being around those who listen, stay calm, and see solutions. What do you think makes someone a good listener in a conversation? A good listener gives you their full attention, doesn't interrupt, and responds with empathy. It makes you feel heard and valued, even if they don't have all the answers. How do you show appreciation to the people you care about in your life? I write thank you messages, cook meals, or just spend quality time with them. Small, thoughtful actions can mean more than expensive gifts. What's the most important lesson you've learned from your past relationships? I've learned that love and friendship require effort. You can't take people for granted, and being honest and present is more powerful than always trying to impress. Ask around. Ask around. Meaning, to ask several people for information or help. To ask several people for information or help. I'll ask around to see if anyone can fix your laptop. I'll ask around to see if anyone can fix your laptop. Call on. Call on. Meaning, to request help or support from someone. To request help or support from someone. We often call on our neighbours when we need advice. We often call on our neighbours when we need advice. Turn to. Turn to. Meaning, to go to someone for help or support. To go to someone for help or support. When things get tough, I always turn to my best friend. When things get tough, I always turn to my best friend. Count on. Count on. Meaning, to rely on someone for help. To rely on someone for help. You can count on me whenever you need a hand. You can count on me whenever you need a hand. Lean on. Lean on. Meaning, to depend on someone for emotional or practical support. To depend on someone for emotional or practical support. It's okay to lean on your friends during hard times. It's okay to lean on your friends during hard times. Reach out. Reach out. Meaning, to contact someone for help or support. To contact someone for help or support. Don't be afraid to reach out if you're struggling. Don't be afraid to reach out if you're struggling. Look to. Look to. Meaning, to expect help or guidance from someone. To expect help or guidance from someone. Many students look to their teachers for advice. Many students look to their teachers for advice. Turn in. Turn in. Meaning, to ask for assistance or surrender something for help. To ask for assistance or surrender something for help. You can turn in your broken phone at the service desk. You can turn in your broken phone at the service desk. Get through. Get through. Meaning, to successfully contact someone. To successfully contact someone. I tried to call but couldn't get through to the office. I tried to call but couldn't get through to the office. Speak up. Speak up. Meaning, to express your need for help clearly. To express your need for help clearly. You have to speak up if something's wrong. You have to speak up if something's wrong. Call for. Call for. Meaning, to demand or require help. To demand or require help. These unexpected changes definitely call for a team meeting. These unexpected changes definitely call for a team meeting. Step in. Step in. Meaning, to take action to help or intervene. To take action to help or intervene. The teacher had to step in when the students argued. The teacher had to step in when the students argued. Chip in. Chip in. Meaning, to contribute or help by giving money or effort. To contribute or help by giving money or effort. Everyone should chip in to make this project a success. Everyone should chip in to make this project a success. Back up. Back up. Meaning, to support or help someone's idea or statement. To support or help someone's idea or statement. Can you back up my point during the meeting? Can you back up my point during the meeting? Sort out. Sort out. Meaning, to find a solution to a problem. To find a solution to a problem. We'll sort out the issue together. Don't worry. We'll sort out the issue together. Don't worry. Work out. Work out. Meaning, to figure out a problem or plan. To figure out a problem or plan. Let's work out how to handle this situation. Let's work out how to handle this situation. Come through. Come through. Meaning, to do what is needed or promised to help. To do what is needed or promised to help. You can always count on her to come through when things get tough. You can always count on her to come through when things get tough. Pull through. Pull through. Meaning, to recover or survive with help. To recover or survive with help. With some support, she'll pull through just fine. With some support, she'll pull through just fine. Step up. Step up. Meaning, to take responsibility or action to help. To take responsibility or action to help. Someone needs to step up and organise this event. Someone needs to step up and organise this event. Help out. Help out. Meaning, to assist someone with a task. To assist someone with a task. Can you help out with the cleaning today? Can you help out with the cleaning today? Give out. Give out. Meaning, to distribute or hand something to help others. To distribute or hand something to help others. They give out free blankets during the winter. They give out free blankets during the winter. Look out. Look out. Meaning, to watch and take care of someone. To watch and take care of someone. I always look out for my younger brother. I always look out for my younger brother. Stick by. Stick by. Meaning, to stay loyal and supportive. To stay loyal and supportive. True friends stick by you when things get rough. True friends stick by you when things get rough. Pitch in. Pitch in. Meaning, to join others in helping or contributing. To join others in helping or contributing. Let's all pitch in to finish this task faster. Let's all pitch in to finish this task faster. Run to. Run to. Meaning, to seek someone's help or comfort. To seek someone's help or comfort. Kids often run to their parents when they're scared. Kids often run to their parents when they're scared. Rely on. Rely on. Meaning, to trust or depend on someone's help. To trust or depend on someone's help. You can rely on me to be there when you need it. You can rely on me to be there when you need it. Stand by. Stand by. Meaning, to be ready to help or support. To be ready to help or support. Emergency teams stand by during the event. Emergency teams stand by during the event. Bail out. Bail out. Meaning, to rescue or help someone out of a difficult situation. To rescue or help someone out of a difficult situation. The government decided to bail out the struggling airline. The government decided to bail out the struggling airline. Call in. Call in. Meaning, to request the presence or help of someone. To request the presence or help of someone. We might need to call in a technician for this. We might need to call in a technician for this. Fill in. Fill in. Meaning, to temporarily take someone's place to help. To temporarily take someone's place to help. Can you fill in for me at the meeting tomorrow? Can you fill in for me at the meeting tomorrow? Work with. Work with. Meaning, to cooperate or help by collaborating. To cooperate or help by collaborating. Let's work with the volunteers to make this event happen. Let's work with the volunteers to make this event happen. Get by. Get by. Meaning, To manage or survive with some help. To manage or survive with some help. We can get by if we all work together. We can get by if we all work together. Come along. Come along. Meaning, to accompany someone to help or support them. To accompany someone to help or support them. Would you come along to the doctor with me? Would you come along to the doctor with me? Iron out the details. Iron out the details. Meaning, resolve small issues before finalizing something. Resolve small issues before finalizing something. We still need to iron out the details before launch. We still need to iron out the details before launch. Flag a concern. Flag a concern. Meaning, raise a worry or issue. Raise a worry or issue. Let me flag a concern before we move on. Let me flag a concern before we move on. Manage expectations. Manage expectations. Meaning, control what people hope or assume. Control what people hope or assume. We need to manage expectations before the deadline approaches. We need to manage expectations before the deadline approaches. Streamline the process. Streamline the process. Meaning, make a workflow simpler and more efficient. Make a workflow simpler and more efficient. The new system helps streamline the process considerably. The new system helps streamline the process considerably. Tighten the timeline. Tighten the timeline. Meaning, reduce the amount of time available. Reduce the amount of time available. We may need to tighten the timeline if demand increases. We may need to tighten the timeline if demand increases. Allocate resources. Allocate resources. Meaning, assign money, staff, or time to tasks. Assign money, staff, or time to tasks. We must allocate resources more carefully this quarter. We must allocate resources more carefully this quarter. Escalate the issue. Escalate the issue. Meaning, raise a problem to a higher authority. Raise a problem to a higher authority. If this continues, we'll have to escalate the issue. If this continues, we'll have to escalate the issue. Drive improvements. Drive improvements. Meaning, push progress or better performance. Push progress or better performance. These changes should drive improvements across the team. These changes should drive improvements across the team. Deliver on a promise. Deliver on a promise. Meaning, do what you said you would do. Do what you said you would do. We must deliver on a promise made to the client. We must deliver on a promise made to the client. Collate the data. Collate the data. Meaning, gather information from multiple sources. Gather information from multiple sources. Can you collate the data for tomorrow's briefing? Can you collate the data for tomorrow's briefing? Set clear priorities. Set clear priorities. Meaning, establish what needs attention first. Establish what needs attention first. Let's set clear priorities before we get overwhelmed. Let's set clear priorities before we get overwhelmed. Address the backlog. Address the backlog. Meaning, deal with work that has built up. Deal with work that has built up. We need extra support to address the backlog. We need extra support to address the backlog. Hold the line on costs. Hold the line on costs. Meaning, prevent spending from increasing. Prevent spending from increasing. We must hold the line on costs until revenue improves. We must hold the line on costs until revenue improves. Deliver tangible results. Deliver tangible results. Meaning, produce measurable, real outcomes. Produce measurable, real outcomes. The new strategy should deliver tangible results. The new strategy should deliver tangible results. Liaise with stakeholders. Liaise with stakeholders. Meaning, communicate and coordinate with key people. Communicate and coordinate with key people. I'll liaise with stakeholders and update you later. I'll liaise with stakeholders and update you later. Roll out a strategy. Roll out a strategy. Meaning, introduce a plan gradually across a team or company. Introduce a plan gradually across a team or company. We're ready to roll out a strategy for Q1. We're ready to roll out a strategy for Q1. Seek alignment. Seek alignment. Meaning, aim for agreement or consistency. Aim for agreement or consistency. We need to seek alignment across departments. We need to seek alignment across departments. Amend the proposal. Amend the proposal. Meaning, change or improve a formal plan. Change or improve a formal plan. We may need to amend the proposal based on feedback. We may need to amend the proposal based on feedback. Drive engagement. Drive engagement. Meaning, increase interest and participation. Increase interest and participation. Regular updates help drive engagement with staff. Regular updates help drive engagement with staff. Issue a directive. Issue a directive. Meaning, give an official instruction. Give an official instruction. Senior management will issue a directive tomorrow. Senior management will issue a directive tomorrow. Deliver meaningful feedback. Deliver meaningful feedback. Meaning, give helpful, actionable comments. Give helpful, actionable comments. Managers should deliver meaningful feedback regularly. Managers should deliver meaningful feedback regularly. Pilot a project. Pilot a project. Meaning, test something before full rollout. Test something before full rollout. We'll pilot a project with a small team first. We'll pilot a project with a small team first. Monitor performance. Monitor performance. Meaning, check how well something or someone is doing. Check how well something or someone is doing. We'll monitor performance across the next few weeks. We'll monitor performance across the next few weeks. Outline the objectives. Outline the objectives. Meaning, explain goals clearly. Explain goals clearly. Let's outline the objectives before we begin. Let's outline the objectives before we begin. Initiate a review. Initiate a review. Meaning, begin an assessment or evaluation. Begin an assessment or evaluation. The board has decided to initiate a review. The board has decided to initiate a review. Streamline communication. Streamline communication. Meaning, make communication clearer and faster. Make communication clearer and faster. Using one platform will streamline communication. Using one platform will streamline communication. Push back on. Push back on. Meaning, resist or disagree with a proposal. Resist or disagree with a proposal. I might need to push back on the revised budget. I might need to push back on the revised budget. Circulate the briefing. Circulate the briefing. Meaning, send information to a group. Send information to a group. Please circulate the briefing before lunchtime. Please circulate the briefing before lunchtime. Draft a response. Draft a response. Meaning, write a preliminary reply. Write a preliminary reply. I'll draft a response and share it for approval. I'll draft a response and share it for approval. Clarify the scope. Clarify the scope. Meaning, define what is included in a task. Define what is included in a task. We should clarify the scope before starting. We should clarify the scope before starting. Meet the criteria. Meet the criteria. Meaning, fulfill the required conditions. Fulfill the required conditions. Only 2 candidates meet the criteria. Only 2 candidates meet the criteria. Embed best practice. Embed best practice. Meaning, integrate high-quality methods into routine work. Integrate high-quality methods into routine work. We're trying to embed best practice across all teams. We're trying to embed best practice across all teams. Provide an overview. Provide an overview, meaning summarize something broadly. Summarize something broadly. Let me provide an overview of the new system. Let me provide an overview of the new system. Bridge the gap. Bridge the gap, meaning reduce differences or improve connection. Reduce differences or improve connection. This training will help bridge the gap between teams. This training will help bridge the gap between teams. Secure funding. Secure funding, meaning obtain money for a project. Obtain money for a project. We need to secure funding before moving forward. We need to secure funding before moving forward. Manage the fallout. Manage the fallout, meaning handle negative consequences. Handle negative consequences. We'll need a plan to manage the fallout. We'll need a plan to manage the fallout. Review the figures. Review the figures, meaning check numbers or data. Check numbers or data. We should review the figures before committing. We should review the figures before committing. Finalize the agenda. Finalize the agenda, meaning complete the list of items for a meeting. Complete the list of items for a meeting. Let's finalize the agenda by this afternoon. Let's finalize the agenda by this afternoon. Streamline the workflow. Streamline the workflow, meaning optimize how tasks progress. Optimize how tasks progress. This software helps streamline the workflow. This software helps streamline the workflow. Coordinate efforts. Coordinate efforts, meaning organize people so they work together effectively. Organize people so they work together effectively. We must coordinate efforts to meet the deadline. We must coordinate efforts to meet the deadline. Strengthen collaboration. Strengthen collaboration, meaning improve teamwork. Improve teamwork. The new office layout helps strengthen collaboration. The new office layout helps strengthen collaboration. Drive accountability. Drive accountability, meaning ensure people take responsibility. Ensure people take responsibility. Clear roles help drive accountability. Clear roles help drive accountability. Reach out to clients. Reach out to clients, meaning contact clients proactively. Contact clients proactively. We should reach out to clients before the update. We should reach out to clients before the update. Table a suggestion. Table a suggestion, meaning formally present an idea at a meeting. Formally present an idea at a meeting. I'd like to table a suggestion regarding staffing. I'd like to table a suggestion regarding staffing. Tighten procedures. Tighten procedures. Meaning, make rules stricter or more organised. Make rules stricter or more organised. We need to tighten procedures after the error. We need to tighten procedures after the error. Capture key insights. Capture key insights. Meaning, gather the most important points. Gather the most important points. Let's capture key insights before wrapping up. Let's capture key insights before wrapping up. Mitigate the risk. Mitigate the risk. Meaning, reduce the chance of something bad happening. Reduce the chance of something bad happening. New checks help mitigate the risk. New checks help mitigate the risk. Push the project forward. Push the project forward. Meaning, help a task progress or move to the next stage. Help a task progress or move to the next stage. We need extra support to push the project forward. We need extra support to push the project forward. Compile the report. Compile the report. Meaning, collect information and prepare a document. Collect information and prepare a document. Can you compile the report by Friday? Can you compile the report by Friday? Establish a framework. Establish a framework. Meaning, set up the structure or outline for something. Set up the structure or outline for something. We must establish a framework before allocating tasks. We must establish a framework before allocating tasks. Inconsequential. Inconsequential. Meaning, too unimportant to matter. Too unimportant to matter. His mistake was minor and ultimately inconsequential. His mistake was minor and ultimately inconsequential. Unquestionable. Unquestionable. Meaning, undeniably true or certain. Undeniably true or certain. Her dedication to the project is unquestionable. Her dedication to the project is unquestionable. Corroboration. Corroboration. Meaning, supporting evidence or confirmation. Supporting evidence or confirmation. His testimony offered clear corroboration of her claims. His testimony offered clear corroboration of her claims. Manipulative. Manipulative. Meaning, skillfully controlling others for personal gain. Skillfully controlling others for personal gain. He used manipulative tactics to get what he wanted. He used manipulative tactics to get what he wanted. Introspection. Introspection. Meaning, examination of one's own thoughts and feelings. Examination of one's own thoughts and feelings. After some deep introspection, she changed her career path. After some deep introspection, she changed her career path. Individualism. Individualism, meaning valuing personal independence and self-reliance. Valuing personal independence and self-reliance. The country's culture emphasises individualism and freedom. The country's culture emphasises individualism and freedom. Transformation. Transformation, meaning a thorough or dramatic change. A thorough or dramatic change. The company underwent a complete digital transformation. The company underwent a complete digital transformation. Comprehension. Comprehension, meaning the ability to understand something. The ability to understand something. Reading aloud improved his comprehension of the story. Reading aloud improved his comprehension of the story. Contradictory. Contradictory, meaning opposing or inconsistent. Opposing or inconsistent. Her actions were contradictory to her statements. Her actions were contradictory to her statements. Subordination. Subordination, meaning the act of placing in a lower rank or position. The act of placing in a lower rank or position. Subordination to senior officers is a key part of military discipline. Subordination to senior officers is a key part of military discipline. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, meaning too extraordinary to be believed. Too extraordinary to be believed. That ending was completely unbelievable. That ending was completely unbelievable. Appreciation. Appreciation, meaning recognition of value or importance. Recognition of value or importance. I want to express my appreciation for your support. I want to express my appreciation for your support. Consequently. Consequently, meaning as a result. As a result. She missed the bus and consequently arrived late. She missed the bus and consequently arrived late. Overwhelming. Overwhelming, meaning extremely intense or powerful. Extremely intense or powerful. The crowd's response was overwhelming. The crowd's response was overwhelming. Independence. Independence, meaning freedom from control. Freedom from control. She gained independence after moving out. She gained independence after moving out. Misunderstood. Misunderstood, meaning not interpreted correctly. Not interpreted correctly. He felt misunderstood by his classmates. He felt misunderstood by his classmates. Knowledgeable. Knowledgeable, meaning well informed. Well informed. The professor is very knowledgeable on the subject. The professor is very knowledgeable on the subject. Communication. Communication, meaning exchange of ideas or information. Exchange of ideas or information. Clear communication improves teamwork. Clear communication improves teamwork. Collaboration. Collaboration. Meaning, working together. Working together. Their collaboration led to success. Their collaboration led to success. Disappointment. Disappointment. Meaning, feeling of sadness over unmet expectations. Feeling of sadness over unmet expectations. The cancellation was a major disappointment. The cancellation was a major disappointment. Multicultural. Multicultural. Meaning, involving many cultures. Involving many cultures. The city is known for its multicultural population. The city is known for its multicultural population. Unsuccessful. Unsuccessful. Meaning, not achieving success. Not achieving success. The experiment was unsuccessful but informative. The experiment was unsuccessful but informative. Contamination. Contamination. Meaning, the act of making something impure. The act of making something impure. The water was closed due to contamination. The water was closed due to contamination. Establishment. Establishment. Meaning, a place of business or organisation. A place of business or organisation. We visited a popular dining establishment. We visited a popular dining establishment. International. International. Meaning, involving multiple countries. Involving multiple countries. She works for an international company. She works for an international company. Celebrations. Celebrations. Meaning, festive events. Festive events. The celebrations lasted all night. The celebrations lasted all night. Misbehaviour. Misbehaviour. Meaning, improper conduct. Improper conduct. His misbehaviour got him suspended. His misbehaviour got him suspended. Distraction. Distraction. Meaning, something that draws attention away. Something that draws attention away. Turn off your phone to avoid distraction. Turn off your phone to avoid distraction. Consideration. Consideration. Meaning, thoughtful regard. Thoughtful regard. Thank you for your kind consideration. Thank you for your kind consideration. Concentration. Concentration. Meaning, focused attention. Focused attention. He lost concentration during the test. He lost concentration during the test. Personalized. Personalized. Meaning, made for a specific person. Made for a specific person. She received a personalized mug. She received a personalized mug. Straightening. Straightening. Meaning, making something straight. Making something straight. She spent hours straightening her hair. She spent hours straightening her hair. Understanding, understanding, meaning grasp of meaning or concept. Grasp of meaning or concept. His understanding of physics is impressive. His understanding of physics is impressive. Constructively, constructively, meaning in a helpful way. In a helpful way. She offered feedback constructively. She offered feedback constructively. Revolutionary, revolutionary, meaning involving great change. Involving great change. That was a revolutionary idea. That was a revolutionary idea. Entertainingly, entertainingly, meaning in an amusing way. In an amusing way. He spoke entertainingly for hours. He spoke entertainingly for hours. Heartbreaking, heartbreaking, meaning very sad or emotional. Very sad or emotional. The ending was absolutely heartbreaking. The ending was absolutely heartbreaking. Hypothetical, hypothetical, meaning based on assumption. Based on assumption. That's just a hypothetical situation. That's just a hypothetical situation. Technologist, technologist, meaning a technology expert. A technology expert. The technologist fixed the system. The technologist fixed the system. Overestimated, overestimated, meaning valued too highly. Valued too highly. They overestimated the time needed. They overestimated the time needed. Underestimated, underestimated, meaning valued too low. Valued too low. He underestimated her determination. He underestimated her determination. Conversation, conversation, meaning talk between people. Talk between people. They had a long conversation. They had a long conversation. Unpredictable, unpredictable, meaning not able to be foreseen. Not able to be foreseen. The weather is unpredictable today. The weather is unpredictable today. Announcements, announcements, meaning public notices. Public notices. There were several announcements at school. There were several announcements at school. Investigator, investigator, meaning one who examines deeply. One who examines deeply. The investigator asked tough questions. The investigator asked tough questions. Complications, complications, meaning unexpected difficulties. Unexpected difficulties. The surgery had some complications. The surgery had some complications. Photographic, photographic, meaning related to photos. Related to photos. She has a photographic memory. She has a photographic memory. Qualification. Qualification. Meaning skill or requirement met. Skill or requirement met. He met every job qualification. He met every job qualification. Administrators. Administrators. Meaning people who manage operations. People who manage operations. The administrators held a meeting. The administrators held a meeting. Responsively. Responsively. Meaning in a reactive manner. In a reactive manner. He acted responsively to feedback. He acted responsively to feedback. Refrigeration. Refrigeration. Meaning cooling process. Cooling process. Proper refrigeration is essential for freshness. Proper refrigeration is essential for freshness. Misinterpret. Misinterpret. Meaning understand wrongly. Understand wrongly. Don't misinterpret my silence. Don't misinterpret my silence. Transportation. Transportation. Meaning movement of goods or people. Movement of goods or people. Public transportation is affordable here. Public transportation is affordable here. Satisfaction. Satisfaction. Meaning feeling of contentment. Feeling of contentment. He smiled with satisfaction. He smiled with satisfaction. Acknowledging. Acknowledging. Meaning recognizing or admitting. Recognizing or admitting. She's acknowledging her mistake. She's acknowledging her mistake. Disappearing. Disappearing. Meaning vanishing from sight. Vanishing from sight. The sun is disappearing behind the clouds. The sun is disappearing behind the clouds. Intervention. Intervention. Meaning involvement in a situation. Involvement in a situation. The doctor recommended an early intervention. The doctor recommended an early intervention. Representation. Representation. Meaning the act of standing for something. The act of standing for something. She gave a strong representation of her group. She gave a strong representation of her group. Overexposure. Overexposure. Meaning too much exposure. Too much exposure. Overexposure to sun can damage skin. Overexposure to sun can damage skin. Emotionalism. Emotionalism. Meaning display of strong emotion. Display of strong emotion. His speech was full of emotionalism. His speech was full of emotionalism. Credentialing. Credentialing. Meaning verifying qualifications. Verifying qualifications. Credentialing is required before hiring. Credentialing is required before hiring. Impersonation. Impersonation. Meaning pretending to be someone else. Pretending to be someone else. Her celebrity impersonation was hilarious. Her celebrity impersonation was hilarious. Unchangeable, unchangeable, meaning not able to be altered, not able to be altered. The past is unchangeable. The past is unchangeable. Reconciliation, reconciliation, meaning restoring friendship or harmony, restoring friendship or harmony. The reconciliation took time. The reconciliation took time. Implementation, implementation, meaning putting a plan into action, putting a plan into action. The policy's implementation was smooth. The policy's implementation was smooth. Impossibility, impossibility, meaning something that cannot happen, something that cannot happen. Time travel is still an impossibility. Time travel is still an impossibility. Unstructured, unstructured, meaning not organised, not organised. The essay felt unstructured. The essay felt unstructured. Professionalism, professionalism, meaning skill and behaviour of a professional. Skill and behaviour of a professional. Her professionalism impressed everyone. Her professionalism impressed everyone. Overqualified, overqualified, meaning having more skills than required, having more skills than required. She's overqualified for the role. She's overqualified for the role. Unintentional, unintentional, meaning not done on purpose, not done on purpose. It was an unintentional mistake. It was an unintentional mistake. Considerately, considerately, meaning thoughtfully and kindly, thoughtfully and kindly. He spoke considerately to the team. He spoke considerately to the team. Counterattack, counterattack, meaning a strike in response, a strike in response. They launched a quick counterattack. They launched a quick counterattack. Enterprising, enterprising, meaning showing initiative, showing initiative. She's an enterprising young entrepreneur. She's an enterprising young entrepreneur. Unmentionable, unmentionable, meaning not to be spoken about, not to be spoken about. Some topics are unmentionable in public. Some topics are unmentionable in public. Indisputable, indisputable, meaning unable to be denied, unable to be denied. The evidence is indisputable. The evidence is indisputable. Embellishing, embellishing, meaning adding details for effect, adding details for effect. He kept embellishing the story. He kept embellishing the story. Simplification, simplification, meaning making something easier, making something easier. The simplification helped everyone understand. The simplification helped everyone understand. Preoccupation, preoccupation, meaning being absorbed in thought, being absorbed in thought. His preoccupation made him miss the call. His preoccupation made him miss the call. Thoughtlessly, thoughtlessly, meaning without thinking, without thinking. He spoke thoughtlessly and regretted it. He spoke thoughtlessly and regretted it. Underachiever, underachiever, meaning one who performs below potential, one who performs below potential. He was labelled an underachiever early on. He was labelled an underachiever early on. Uncomfortably, uncomfortably, meaning in an uneasy manner, in an uneasy manner. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat. Uncontrolled, uncontrolled, meaning not managed or restrained, not managed or restrained. The fire spread in an uncontrolled manner. The fire spread in an uncontrolled manner. Overconfident, overconfident, meaning too self-assured, too self-assured. His overconfident attitude led to mistakes. His overconfident attitude led to mistakes. Counterpointed, counterpointed, meaning contrasted or balanced, contrasted or balanced. The painting was counterpointed by music. The painting was counterpointed by music. Retrospective, retrospective, meaning looking back, looking back. It was a retrospective look at the decade. It was a retrospective look at the decade. Weatherproofed, weatherproofed, meaning protected from the weather, protected from the weather. The house was fully weatherproofed. The house was fully weatherproofed. Discrediting, discrediting, meaning damaging a reputation, damaging a reputation. He's discrediting his rival unfairly. He's discrediting his rival unfairly. Unrestricted, unrestricted, meaning without limits, without limits. She had unrestricted access. She had unrestricted access. Circumventing, circumventing, meaning avoiding by cleverness, avoiding by cleverness. He kept circumventing the rules. He kept circumventing the rules. Non-negotiable, non-negotiable, meaning not open to discussion, not open to discussion. Her deadline was non-negotiable. Her deadline was non-negotiable. Antibacterial, antibacterial, meaning preventing bacteria, preventing bacteria. Use an antibacterial spray. Use an antibacterial spray. Underwhelming, underwhelming, meaning not impressive, not impressive. The performance was underwhelming. The performance was underwhelming. Biotechnology, biotechnology, meaning use of biology in tech. Use of biology in tech. Biotechnology is revolutionizing medicine. Biotechnology is revolutionizing medicine. Overstretched. Overstretched. Meaning, used too much. Used too much. The team was overstretched. The team was overstretched. Involuntarily. Involuntarily. Meaning, without intention. Without intention. He flinched involuntarily. He flinched involuntarily. Undergraduate. Undergraduate. Meaning, a college student. A college student. She's an undergraduate at Oxford. She's an undergraduate at Oxford. Misconception. Misconception. Meaning, incorrect idea. Incorrect idea. There's a misconception about that rule. There's a misconception about that rule. Organizational. Organizational. Meaning, related to organizing. Related to organizing. She improved the organizational structure. She improved the organizational structure. Disappearance. Disappearance. Meaning, going missing. Going missing. The magician's disappearance amazed everyone. The magician's disappearance amazed everyone. Revolutionize. Revolutionize. Meaning, change dramatically. Change dramatically. They hope to revolutionize education. They hope to revolutionize education. Self-important. Self-important. Meaning, arrogantly proud. Arrogantly proud. He sounded self-important at the meeting. He sounded self-important at the meeting. Decontaminate. Decontaminate. Meaning, remove impurities. Remove impurities. They must decontaminate the lab. They must decontaminate the lab. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Meaning, not allowed. Not allowed. That behaviour is unacceptable. That behaviour is unacceptable. Re-established. Re-established. Meaning, set up again. Set up again. They re-established contact after years apart. They re-established contact after years apart. Straightforward. Straightforward. Meaning, simple or direct. Simple or direct. Her answer was straightforward. Her answer was straightforward. Commemorative. Commemorative. Meaning, serving as a memorial. Serving as a memorial. They issued a commemorative coin. They issued a commemorative coin. Disorientated. Disorientated. Meaning, confused or lost direction. Confused or lost direction. He felt disorientated after waking up suddenly. He felt disorientated after waking up suddenly. Well done! You've just completed 15 powerful speaking lessons. Keep going, keep speaking, and I'll see you in the next video.